Alrighty then, hello everyone, my name is Caden, and welcome back to more Steins Gate Zero, a game that has been terrifying me. Last time, we hung out with friends and then we were having such a good time with our Christmas party, and then Reading Steiner decided to activate and say, hey, you're in World War III now. Thanks! Thanks! This game's terrifying me. But we can't hold it off any longer, can we? Pandora's box is where we ended. Let's continue. But when I got to Sasebo, I was able to get in on a maritime SDF escort ship and managed to escape Okinawa. When we entered this world line, when Reading Steiner activated and we entered this world line, the war seems to have already started, and it's I don't even know what it is, but we're already in the middle of World War III. It's set, if I remember correctly, it said a month has passed since that Reading Steiner activation, and we've just been running. And why were they doing all this for me? No matter how many times I asked, no one would answer. We're just being protected. Okinawa in winter was covered in thick clouds. Come to think of it, I hadn't seen a real break in the clouds for a whole month. I was thinking about that when I was loaded into a van with the dark tinted windows that had come to pick me up from the port. Inside the car was not only the driver, but a middle-aged man sitting in the front passenger seat. He was very short, perhaps only around 150 centimeters tall. He had the air of a military veteran, and even though he was fully dressed, I could tell he was extremely muscular. Rintaro Okabe, correct? I'm Shimoyama, with the Ministry of Defense's Intelligence Security Command. One of the central ministries of Japan, it manages and operates the Self-Defense Force. In 2007, it changed its name from the Defense Agency to the Ministry of Defense. We're going to make a stop at the airport and then head to the Okinawa Defense Bureau in Kadena. I'm sure you're tired from your long journey, but I'll have to ask you to hang in there a while longer. Right. I'd heard that Tokyo had been destroyed. Jesus Christ! The major functions of the Japanese government were now headquartered out of the Okinawa Defense Bureau to allow for better cooperation with the American forces stationed nearby. That's what Shimoyama explained to me. In other words, the place I was heading to was the core of Japan's defenses. Once I arrived, I would understand why I was so important that all those soldiers were willing to die to protect me. The car stopped in front of Naha Airport for a while. An airport in Naha, Okinawa, is the hub airport of the Okinawa area. The airport is also home to the Air Self-Defense Force's Naha Air Base. As of 2009, it was the 6th busiest airport in Japan, as measured by a number of arriving travelers. One of the 8 local defense bureaus of Japan is the center of Japan's Ministry of Defense in Okinawa. And then I saw a surprising pair get aboard. What? Yuki! Fubuki!
Okabe! Wow, it's really occurring!
You're Yuki and Nagase! I wasn't expecting to see them here. But they were the first people I knew who I'd met since coming to this world line. That alone was almost enough to make me cry. But still, I couldn't just sit there and be happy. What about Mayuri? Do you know where she is?
She's fine. She's fine.
Yuki nodded, as if trying to make me feel better.
She was just with us.
Just with you?
That's right. Mayushi and Rumio and Luca and Kaede. We got to the airport this morning. We were all waiting because they said we could go to this place called the Defense Bureau, where we'd be safe. They just said they'd take Fubuki and me there first. And then they had to get inside the car where we found you.
Anyway, I'm glad everybody's safe. Since Dara and Suzuo were mentioned, I was going to ask about them, but...
Sorry, but can you talk about this later?
Shimoyama cut me off and the car started moving. What happened to Daru and Suzuha?
The plan is for your families to arrive at the Okinawa Defense Bureau eventually. We already have them under our protection.
Really? I'm so glad.
Your friends are all in the car behind us. You haven't been separated, so don't worry.
I took a quick look and saw another identical van a little behind us. So Mayuri and the others were in there?
And we'll see them later, right?
Of course.
Yuki let out a sigh of relief. What the hell happened, though? The problem here is, why did the world line change? We were in the middle of our Christmas party with all of our friends, and then suddenly the world line decides to shift. Reading Steiner activates, and suddenly we're in the middle of and suddenly World War III seemingly has activated or has started a lot earlier than we thought than I guess I would have anticipated. But what caused the shift? There is something that comes to mind, actually. But it's such a weird thing, which is, before the shift happened, I remember that there was like a slight thing that happened. Like, didn't one of the people at the Christmas party drop something? They dropped, like, it was a music box, right? It sounds like something, like someone fell. Wait, was it? It was Yuki who fell, I think, wasn't it? All I remember is that something happened just before the reading started activated, and as soon as it happened, as soon as like that happened, everything started changing. So, is whatever happened there the cause of Reading Steiner activating? The cause of the world line shift? But if so, why? Why would something like that cause Reading Steiner to activate? Or is it something else completely? It might just be something else completely, but again, this is the first time, I think, that we've ever had Reading Steiner activate not from our influence. We didn't do anything. We didn't activate anything. And Reading Steiner just decided to turn on. So, this is completely new to us. Before, we at least had some control over when the world line shifted. Now, we don't even know why this one occurred. But then I started to wonder about something else. Why were we split into different cars? This van could hold at least another 3 people. If we squeezed tight, it could easily hold everyone. Was there some reason they put me, Yuki, and Fubuki into the same car? Oh god. The car drove alongside the Okinawa monorail for a while, and then went south down a wide bypass. The only railway operating in Okinawa as of 2011. It runs approximately 13 kilometers between Naha Airport and Shuri Castle, with a 30-minute transit time and 15 stations along the way. Oh god. It's so dark.
Huh? What was that?
Nothing, just... There are all these stores. They're all dark. There are lots of franchise restaurants, big supermarkets, cafeterias for tourists, and rent-a-car places all jammed together along the side of the road. But all of them were dead silent. And their lights were turned off. Barely any of the street lights were turned on, and the only cars were Japanese and US military vehicles. I didn't see anyone out walking.
There's a blackout effect, as well as a curfew past 8 p.m. Okinawa may be safe, but this is still wartime. Things can't be like they were. Can't wait for the war to end and everything to go back to normal.
It's not gonna end. Not for a long time, at least. When the timeline shifted, we didn't change. The timeline shifting doesn't mean we suddenly go back and forth in time. That only happens with Time Leap. Or with the Time Machine. The war still goes on to 2036. So, this is going to go on for a lot longer. Wartime, huh?
Tell me, Okabe. It looked kinda like you knew it was a bright, fun place, even at night, wasn't it?
Oh, I wouldn't know. I've never been to Okinawa before.
That's a shame. And I pray you get to come back for a good vacation sometime. This really is a nice island.
Car headed up from the bypass over a land bridge and then up to another road. We quickly came to a long tunnel.
I actually wanted to ask the three of you some questions before we got to the bureau. That's why I have you riding with me.
Huh? Huh? I guess was right. That meant there was something he wanted to ask just the three of us. Why just the three of us? Why us three? I wasn't particularly close to Yuki or Fubuki. I'd only even started talking to them a few months ago. And then I shook my head. That was before the world line changed. Maybe things were different in this world line. I had no idea what my relationship was to anyone else in this world line. Since the SDF have been treating me so well, I didn't want to make Shimoyama suspicious. I decided it would be best to leave most of the talking to Yuki and Fubuki.
Yuki Yamane.
Yes?
Shimoyama spoke to Yuki first. Yuki went stiff when her name was called. I could feel it even sitting next to her.
You don't know where Itaru Kishida and his little sister are, do you?
Little sister? Suzuha. That must be Suzuha. That would mean that even in this world line, Suzuha had come from the future and gotten to know Yuki and the others while pretending to be Suzuha's sister. And the SDF evidently didn't know where Daru and Suzuha were. Why do they want to know where they are?
No,
Yuki fell silent and glanced over to me as if expecting help. But I didn't know where they were either. I didn't even have any memories of this world line, so I had no way of answering. But Yuki's attitude bothered me. It was as if she knew where they were and was deliberately hiding it, and that I was supposed to be hiding it too. I could figure that out. I'm sure Shimoyama could too. A strange tension filled the car. Yuki was trying to hide it. From whom?
You sure you don't know?
Shimoyama turned around from the front passenger seat and asked again.
I'm sorry.
Yuki bowed her head in apology.
But you were very close to him, weren't you? You were his lover, and yet you heard nothing.
You know that cell phones don't work anymore, right?
There are plenty of ways to get in touch with someone besides a cell phone.
But I really don't...
Nothing from his sister either?
Nothing.
By the way, I'm told that you were researching something with Hashida Okabe.
Huh? I wasn't sure how to react when the conversation suddenly turned towards me. Researching? Researching what? Time machine, maybe? Uh-oh. If I panic, I'll make them suspicious.
What were you researching?
I would just have to give him the most harmless answer I could. It wasn't really research. It was more like inventions.
Inventions?
Like where you could attach a CCD camera to a bamboo copter to do aerial photography. A CCD, charge-coupled device, camera is a camera that uses semiconductors. In normal parlance, the term refers to any extremely small camera. Or whether you could use the heat from a vacuum cleaner as a hairdryer.
Oh, that's interesting. And you weren't, say, making something unbelievable and running away from us so that we wouldn't find out what it was?
Running away? Damn, I responded. That was a mistake. But did that mean Daru and Suzuha were hiding from the SDF amidst all this chaos? The SDF had risked their lives to protect me over the past month. Shouldn't I be asking them for help? I got even more confused.
If you don't know, then that's fine. We'll talk about Hashida and his sister some other time.
Somebody please tell me what the right answer is. How am I supposed to respond here?
Gatsumi Nakase? There was something else I wanted to ask you.
Me?
This time it was Fubuki's turn to jump up in her seat.
No, don't get so nervous. It's nothing big.
Or so Shimoyama says, but Fubuki was clearly starting to get scared. Her reaction was strange. It was too strong.
Maybe the self-defense force weren't simply protecting us. For one thing, there was no way normal civilians like us merited such important treatment. Then, what were they after? No, I could guess. The time machine. This war started with Russia's time machine experiments. And of course, Nakabachi was involved. I learned from some of the soldiers that even in this world line, he'd sought asylum in Russia. And Suzuha was a time traveler from the year 2036. If Suzuha was here in this era, that meant that it was Daru who made the time machine that brought her here. If you had a time machine, you could change the outcome of this war. It would make sense if that's what the Japanese government thought, and if that's why they were trying to capture Daru, Suzuha, and their friends. Once I realized that, the whole situation started to feel terrifying to me. Was this car really headed toward the Okinawa Defense Bureau? And if it was, were they really going to keep us safe there?
About the physical you underwent last week.
Was there some problem?
No, you almost recovered from the wounds you sustained in Tokyo, and health-wise you're fine. But you're under a lot of stress.
Oh.
Well, it's not surprising. You survived that terrible bombing. It's no exaggeration to say that most civilians have PTSD now.
Post-traumatic stress disorder from the 4th edition of the DSM-IV, the American Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, published 1994, caused by severe shock from experiencing an accident, disaster, crime, or other seriously traumatic event. This mental disorder causes any number of stress-related issues. Symptoms include psychological instability, insomnia, confusion, memory trouble, and other problems that last for over a month.
But it seems like your symptoms are a little different than most people's. You have very realistic dreams, for example.
Uh-oh. Reading Steiner.
In particularly severe instances, they could almost be called waking dreams. I'm told at times that you lose the ability to tell the difference between dreams and reality.
Isn't that just PTSD though? Fubuki was too scared to speak, so Yuki interrupted curtly. It was rare to see Yuki act like this. If nothing else, I'd never seen it before. It was plain now. Yuki didn't trust Shimoyama. In fact, she considered him an enemy.
No, that's very strange.
Shimoyama paused a moment for effect and rubbed his chin.
There are others who say they have very similar dreams, and not just one or two.
What?
Of course, the degree to which they suffer from this problem changes, but we found more than 10 in Japan alone. They exist in other countries too. Well, we've only got information from the West.
That's just a coincidence, isn't it? Fubuki was incredibly frightened, so I spoke in her place.
You heard of Pushin, right?
Oh, I have not. I got a text message. Hang on. Whoopsie. This game is terrifying me. I don't even have the comfort of the chibis anymore. That's what I said at the beginning of the playthrough, that's going to be my comfort thing, but they're not even here.
Suddenly, Shimoyama turned his gaze towards me and asked me a question. Pushin? The Soviet General Secretary, right? I almost said the President of Russia, but managed to stop myself. The Soviet Union still existed in this world line. Pushin's title was General Secretary, not President. I heard that during my time at Iruma.
Correct. But interestingly enough, Nakusei referred to him as the President of Russia.
Oh, just as we were supposed to do a second ago.
What? I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention, and I'm not really what you'd call a good student.
No, that's not it. It's one of the strange things about all the people who have these dreams. They all call him President Putin.
Vladimir... I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. Putin. From 2000 to 2008, he was the second president of Russia. After 2008, he became its prime minister, a former KGB agent.
They may all call Gorbachev and Lilston presidents too.
Boris Nikolaevich Lelston, former USSR politician. After the fall of the Soviet Union, he became the first president of the Russian Federation as well as its prime minister. Died in 2007.
Gorbachev. Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev, General Secretary of the Soviet Communist Party. The last leader of the USSR. He executed the Perestroika plan and brought the Cold War to an end.
That's why the scientists have started calling it president's disease. Not a terribly clever name if you ask me.
No way. Is he talking about reading Steiner? There was a strong chance that people besides me had that power, even if not as acutely. I never found out for sure, but what Ferris had said in the Alpha World line and certainly suggested it. So it was certainly possible that Shimoyama's waking dreams were actually the effects of reading Steiner.
That's what it sounds like.
If they were all aware of the world line shift a month ago, just like me, if Buki had the same memories of the other world line that I had, it would make perfect sense that she called Putin a president. Gorbachev? Lilstein?
You don't know them. Didn't they teach them in world history?
I only took science classes in high school.
I thought everyone knew about them. Guess they not know who they are. Find it hard to believe you're all that ignorant. I'm sure you know about Gorbachev and Lil Steins, and right, Okabe?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Perestroika, and the fall of the Berlin Wall.
Russian for restructuring, a policy of economic revolution via the introduction of market-oriented economics that was implemented in 1985 by the Soviet Union. Originally, it was an attempt to reboot a stalled socialist economy, but it led to the end of the Communist Party's one-party dominance and the collapse of the USSR. After World War II, the capital of Germany, Berlin, was divided into two sides. The eastern side was controlled by the Soviet Union, and the western by America, England, and France. Later, Germany would split into West Germany and East Germany. The portion of Berlin in East Germany remained its capital, but West Berlin remained occupied by the Allied powers while being cut off from the rest of West Germany, which lay approximately 100 miles to the west. In 1961, East Germany built a wall around the city in response to continuing attempts by its citizens to seek asylum in West Berlin. This was the Berlin Wall. Until its destruction in 1989, it was a symbol of the divide between East and West Germany. Additionally, West Berlin was never officially West German territory. They simply operated as a stand-in for foreign affairs and currency administration. Yeah, they were in the textbooks. The second after the words were out of my mouth, an alarm went off in my mind. Something was wrong. There was something strange about what Shimoyama was saying. And then I realized. The East and West were caught up in the middle of a world war. How could the Berlin Wall have fallen? And could Gorbachev really execute Perestroika? By the time I realized he tricked me, I was too late. My panic appeared on my face.
You too, huh? And you were deliberately trying to hide it, weren't you? So the information was right after all. You know something important. Listen, Okabe, I want you to tell me.
Shimoyama suddenly laughed. It was a bitter laugh, almost eerily so.
Gorbachev, Lil Stein, who are these people you all keep talking about? We don't have any data on them, and neither does any of the American intelligence agency. Data doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist? What's going on? This feels a lot more heavy of a change than reading Steiner than the world line usually occurs with. I looked over at Yuki. From the look on her face, I could tell that she really had no idea who they were.
Perestroika, fall of the Berlin Wall. Did these things really happen? Tell me, please.
I couldn't answer. I was thinking of something completely different. I suddenly realized why the world line might have changed a month ago on Christmas Eve. Why? What if Russia used a time machine that day in an experiment to change the past? I guess that's possible. It could have just been in timing that it happened when it did. And sure enough, it would probably allow them to change a lot if they went back enough to make sure some of these things didn't happen, right? The goal of the experiment would have been to stop the collapse of the Soviet Union. And as a result of them changing the past was this world line. Foolish. A single change to the past and the butterfly effect makes the entire world so different.
Part of chaos theory that says if a butterfly flaps its wings in Beijing, a storm will occur in New York. Even a small change can lead in starting conditions can lead to radically different results. Chaos theory states that it can be difficult to predict the outcomes of a system, even if the equations describing it are extremely simple. But this does not mean, however, that these outcomes are random. It means that even a minor change in the process can cause an unexpected divergence in results. Also, this theory does not apply to short-term predictions. Did they know how many people had died?
Have you and your friends really experienced the history of a different world? I just can't believe it. It's just some nonsense cooked up by some crazy scientists.
He's about to push me further when we heard the sound of an incoming call on the cell phone. Shimoyama grunted and took his phone out of his pocket.
It's Shimoyama. Yeah, we're on our way to the bureau. What? What do you mean? Damn it. That's the problem with these idiots. What country do these politicians think they're working for?
Shimoyama's fingers slammed down on the end call button so hard that I thought the phone would break. There was a look of rage on his face. Hang on a second. You grab something. It's a charger. I need to charge my... Need to charge something. I need to try and disassociate myself from the feelings of fear.
We're changing our destination. Heading to Kadena Air Base, Gate 2.
An American Air Force base in Japan has twice the area of Tokyo International Airport. His words were filled with irritation as he spoke to the driver. Changing destinations. Who was he just talking to? As I sat there confused, Shimoyama started to call someone else.
This is Shimoyama. We're changing our destination. We'll meet at Gate 2 at Kadena Base.
That was all he said before he hung up. What's going on?
The situation's changed. Okabe is heading to a U.S. military base. From there, he might get to take a fun trip on a U.S. Air Force plane to America.
What? America?
I'll ask them to make sure you get first-class combination, but don't get your hopes up. They don't listen to us any more than you'd listen to your yapping pet dog.
Why America?
We don't know if it's the CIA or the NSC, but someone wants us to hand you over.
The American National Security Council, an organization that works directly for the White House and advises the president on national security matters, it consists of the president, vice president, secretary of state, secretary of treasury, and secretary of defense. An abbreviation used by the American Central Intelligence Agency. The CIA reports directly to the president. They engage in spying, intelligence gathering, and political manipulation in foreign nations to guarantee America's security. They are said to have been involved in many major historical events. But why?
Ask them for yourself.
And then he turned back towards the front and fell silent, refusing to answer any of my questions. The car went down the road for a while, until we got off at an exit that read South Okinawa. We stopped in front of the gate. Several U.S. soldiers had evidently been waiting for my arrival.
Once we hand you over to the Americans, we're not going to get any accurate information from them.
At this point, I'm just going to try and disassociate, because I don't know how much more of this pain I can take. I'm just going to try and disassociate from my feelings. I can't take it.
So, this is my last chance.
Shimoyama turned around from the front passenger seat and looked straight at me. His eyes were desperate and begging.
Tell me, what are we supposed to do from now on? Please.
I remembered all the soldiers in Tokyo who'd fought so desperately to protect me. Were they fighting to help someone else in Tokyo right now? Or were they already... I don't know.
Okabe!
I really don't know. Do you think I can do something about this war all by myself? Knowing that Gorbachev and Stalin were presidents of Russia, or that they brought a dramatic end to the Cold War, doesn't help anything. I could hear the sound of another car getting closer. Shimoyama sighed and opened the passenger side door.
Get out.
I exited the car as I was told. Mayuri! Oh no! Mayuri got out of the van behind us and ran over to me. No! Mayuri! Oh! Yes! My childhood friend flung herself into my arms, and I held her tight. I finally get to see you. I'm so glad you're safe. I could feel her warmth. Mayuri was here. I'd never gone almost a whole month without seeing her before. And this was wartime. I couldn't easily contact her like I could in the old world line. So I'd been so worried about whether or not Mayuri was okay. It was no exaggeration to say that I'd survived this far just to make sure. I'd erased the entire Alpha world line to save her. No matter what happened, I wanted her to be safe. Ocarine, you're hurting me. Oh, sorry. I'd held her too closely. I took a step back. Mayushi believes you know. Mayushi believes you get to see Ocarine again. Yeah. You're safe now. Okabe! Oh. This hurts to see. Ferris and Luca, and behind them I saw Kaede. I'm glad you're all safe. Okabe, Lukako. I felt myself getting choked up, too, when I saw Lukako cry. I exchanged greetings with Kaede, too. Fubuki had grabbed onto her like a little kid. She was still pale and trembling. Ferris, I guess you're not wearing your maid outfit for once. It's been a long time since anyone's called me Ferris, yeah. Ferris spoke sadly, then put her hands around my neck and held me close. Her little pink lips got close to my ear as if she was about to kiss me. Hey! What's going on? Don't be so embarrassed, yeah. She laughed mischievously. Then Ferris... No. Rumio Akiha whispered into my ear while pretending to kiss me. Be careful. Don't trust the Ministry of Defense or the Americans. Adults are all liars. None of them will tell the truth. That's right. Ferris had a special talent. Cheshire Break. She was incredibly good at looking into someone's heart and seeing what they were thinking. Don't trust the Americans? Yeah, I just figured that out. One of them just tricked me. Ferris looked surprised and took a step back. That's sad, Nyan. Yeah. And then I heard the sound of another engine. This time it was coming from beyond the gate and inside the base. It belonged to a black luxury car with an E on the license plate. Behind it was a minibus. The two of them stopped in front of the gate. It was time for my reunion to the end.
Welcome!
Welcome! An American soldier as tall as a basketball player got out of the car.
Welcome everyone, my name is Hammond.
His Japanese was good, but not great.
Everyone except Miss Okabe, please get on the bus.
He was smiling, but I could tell he wasn't going to allow any arguments. And the other American soldiers were still carrying their rifles as they stood guard without smiles. Shimiyama and the other Japanese soldiers were watching us from a distance. They didn't try to stop us. They were just looking downwards. Huh? Everyone but Ocarine. What do you mean?
There's no need to be scared. We're just going to talk to you a little, and then we'll send you right to the Okinawa Defense Bureau. Come along.
Ocarine! It's fine. Don't worry. Yuki, take care of Mayuri. Okay. Yuki nodded and put her arm around Mayuri's shoulder as she led her to the bus. Everyone else followed. Tell my parents I said hi. Once everyone but me was on, the minibus left immediately. The area in front of the gate fell silent. was hard to believe this existed in the same world as all the places I'd crossed on my escape through Japan's main island.
All right, now, Mr. Okabe, come this way.
He told me to get in the back seat of the black luxury car. What would happen to me once I got inside? I tried to think about it, but realized there was nothing I could do. I was just about to get in the car when...
Okabe, run! If you go to America, you won't come back alive.
Shimoyama's scream was cut off by the sound of gunfire. In the corner of my eye, I saw the American soldiers firing without hesitation. No way. I tried to turn around when...
Get inside.
A large hand blocked my vision as Hammond held me down. I couldn't hear Shimoyama's voice anymore. Through the gaps between his fingers, I could see that nothing was moving. And I knew exactly what that meant. I was shoved into the car before I had time to think about it. This is... I tried to open my mouth, but Hammond looked into my eyes and shook his head. I wasn't supposed to talk then. Hammond sat next to me, then closed the door. The car started to move. Soon we turned down a different road than the one the minibus was taking. America, huh? I'd never been there before. What were they going to do to me there? Use me as a guinea pig? I'd open my head and dissect my brain? I probably wasn't going to be able to do any tourist things. I felt like screaming. I tried my best to stay calm.
There's someone I want you to meet.
Hammond suddenly spoke, then handed me something. I took it before he even looked at what it was. I checked, it was a normal smartphone. Huh?
It's not locked. Just hit that button.
What? Confused, I pressed the button as I was told. And then something appeared on the screen. Why? Kurisu! Simarius Kurisu Makise. Why does the US military have a Marius? I was about to ask Hammond when... For the first time in about a month, that feeling came... No! It's happening again! Why? It's a Marius! A Marius is doing reading Stein or something! It's causing it to activate! What the... The whole world and all its colors began to shift. We're back! There was a feeling of instability, like my brain was unable to recognize where it was. And then dizziness and a sense of falling, like you get when you're anemic. I could hear the blood vessels deep within my ears, and they sounded really loud. The sense of floating finally stopped. My surroundings coalesced into firm shapes. Karin? We're back! My area was in front of me. It's the next year. This game is genuinely beating down at my sanity. Every single time I play. What's happening? Can I call somebody? Amadeus? Ryan? I was in the lab. In the room I knew well. There was no trace of Okinawa anywhere. It's not World War.
Mayoshi's going to get embarrassed if he keeps staring like that.
I realized that I was staring at Mayuri. I looked around the room. Daru! Daru was sitting in front of the PC like always, hunched over with his back towards me. Suzuo was reading a magazine on the couch. On the open page, I could read the title, New Encephalitis Strikes Worldwide. Are you in danger? The same couch. The same deep fridge. Dar's computer desk. The dirty curtain that cut off the development room from the rest of the lab. The wall clock, which I picked up out of a garbage dump, which told me it was past 6. I looked at the new calendar, and 2010 was already gone. It was January 2011. The world line had changed again. I was back to the old world line.
No.
Hey, Mayuri, this is Akihabara, right? Is it not Akihabara?
It's Akihabara.
What day is it again?
The 21st.
Do you know who Gorbachev is?
Gorbachev? I think I've heard that name.
Perestroika, right? Russia. Or was it Gorbachev back from the Soviet days? These days, when you think Russia, you think Putin. I'm sure if he was in front of me and glared at me, I'd pee my pants.
I know Putin. He's the president of Russia, right? Did you know he likes doggies? He keeps an Akira. I saw it on the news.
President? Yeah, that's right. He's the president. Mayuri, Daru, and Suzuha all looked over at me suspiciously. It felt like a long time since anyone had looked at me like that way. I was back. I no longer had to worry that I might be killed at any second. I felt incredibly relieved. But at the same time, I wondered, why had the world line changed again? It's Amadeus. It's something to do with Amadeus. Somehow Amadeus is changing the world lines. I don't know how, but the second we opened up Amadeus, that's when the world line changed again. But why? Is Amadeus doing this? I need to calm down and think for a bit. Can I call Amadeus? Yes, you. Oh, Akabe. It looks really cold again today. What's wrong? You look like your mind is somewhere else. Don't just collapse again, okay? Maho and Dr. Leskingham were really worried. Huh? Gorbachev? Putin? Yeah, I know them. You really are acting a little weird. I went up to the roof and booted up the web browser on my smartphone. Unlike during wartime, it connected immediately. I was amazed at the speed. Just getting an internet connection in the last world line had been difficult enough. I started by searching for Gorbachev, and the results came back instantly. Perestroika. The Soviet Union's first and last president. The August coup d'etat and the collapse of the Soviet Union. All the keywords I'd hoped to see were there. As soon as I confirmed that the Soviet Union was dismantled at the end of the 20th century and no longer existed, I closed the browser. And why had the world line shifted again? I hadn't done anything. I didn't have any way to affect the divergence value. So what had changed it? Had whoever had performed the first experiment in Russia undone it? Had they watched his progress for a month and then been satisfied? Or were they going to keep doing it? And if they did, would I be caught up in each time? It's so cold. It was a mistake to come outside without a coat on. Nothing I could come up with by myself would be anything more than a guess. I'm scared. At any moment now, the world line could just shift then. There's no security here. I went back to the lab. The wreaths we'd put at the entrance for the Christmas party were still up.
Christmas party.
That Christmas party, huh? It had only been a month, hadn't it? It felt like a million years ago. I had no memories of what I'd done in this world line after that Christmas party.
Oh, come to think of it, we left the decorations up. We should take those down. You and Miss Fubuki collapsed during the party, right? So there was a big fuss and we sort of forgot to clean them up.
Wait. Both Okabe and Fubuki collapsed? They were the ones that were like most affected by the timeline change in the other timeline. Why is Fubuki like so connected to all this?
俺と中瀬さんが
Nakase and I
倒れ
collapsed.
た
Was that when the world line changed? Why is Fubuki so connected to this all of a sudden? Does she have just a really high affinity with reading Steiner just like Okabe? Everyone remembered that I collapsed at the Christmas party, which means I'd come back to the same world line as the one I'd been in before. If this was Russia's doing, it was terrifying to think they could control the world line to that degree. And there was one more thing. It worried me that Fubuki had collapsed too. She might have a very, very strong reading Steiner ability. I stood there, lost in thought. Bauer and Mayuri looked a little concerned.
Ocarine?
Oh, come to think of it, I was wondering how Nakase is doing.
中瀬さんの具合はどうなのかなって
I quickly came up with an excuse.
Fubuki is still in the hospital.
入院
In the hospital,
もう
even though it's been a
1ヶ
month.
月近く経っ
She says she's fine, but they won't let her leave.
I've heard that lately. Unless you were really, really sick, they wouldn't let you stay in the hospital for a very long time. Sabuki sick with something?
They still think she's got this, I guess.
Suzuha whispered as she held up the page of the magazine she was reading. New encephalitis strikes worldwide. Are you in danger? The one that causes it as reading like the strong effects of reading Steiner. What the hell? Reading new encephalitis. Borrow the magazine. They were talking about this last November. I'd seen a glimpse of it on the news. Outside Japan, they'd seen almost 100 people, albeit with mild symptoms. In Japan, there were 10 people being kept at hospitals for examinations, or so it said. So it made its way to Japan. And one of those 10 was Fubuki then. Was it transmissible by air? We didn't catch it at the Christmas party, did we? I knew that getting nervous wouldn't help anything, but still, I wondered.
Hey, shouldn't you go to the hospital too, Ocarine? You're in worse shape than she was, you know?
あ
Yeah, I'll think about it. I gave a half-hearted answer to Mayuri and turned back to the magazine. Strange symptoms being found all over the world. Cause unknown. Sudden memory loss. Memories differ from those of the people around you. Losing all sense of the passage of time. Losing the ability to tell the difference between dreams and reality, and sometimes having waking dreams. The article is filled with things like that. This was just like reading
リ
Steiner.
ーディングシュタイナーみたいじゃないか
It matched exactly with what Shimoyama had told me in the other world line.
You have a very realistic dream, for example. In particularly bad instances, they could almost be called waking dreams. I'm told at times you lose the ability to tell the difference between dreams and reality. There are others who say they have very similar dreams, and not just one or two.
I'd wondered back then if Fubuki possessed reading Steiner too. Maybe the reason she collapsed at the Christmas party wasn't some new disease, but the unexpected activation of reading Steiner. She even somehow remembers some of the timeline stuff from when Mayuri kept dying over and over again. That would mean her diagnosis was wrong. The unnecessary tests and treatments they gave her wouldn't help a bit. Looks like I need to talk to Fubuki. Can I call her? I don't have her number. I ended up going over that day. She was at a large general hospital with a medical student department located in Ochanomizu. It was close enough to Akihabara I could walk, and getting there was easy. Since she might get the wrong idea if I went alone, I encouraged Mayuri to come with me. I hoped it would look like I was only coming as an afterthought. But it ended up being a bigger deal than I expected. When they heard that Mayuri was going, Yuki and Kaede decided to come too. Evidently, they'd all been to visit Fubuki several times before, and they knew exactly where she was located. They walked down the halls without hesitation. It was almost 8 when visiting hours ended, so we needed to hurry. But as we passed by a nurse's station, there was a minor commotion. A woman in her late 40s wearing a gray jersey was yelling at the doctors and nurses.
Enough of this. When do I get to go home?
We told you, only after you've been examined and gotten the treatment that you need.
You aren't giving me any kind of treatment. What was that supposed to be a quick exam ended up with me stuck here for a month? What am I supposed to do about my job?
Calm down. There's still a lot we don't know about this disease. Without proper examination and treatment, it's dangerous.
Liar, the TV said not to worry because it wasn't that bad.
We've told you before, that's only if you get appropriate treatment. One of the nurses just told me you were dizzy.
I just felt anemic because dinner was late. I'm just fine. Let me go home.
The woman was ready to grab the doctor by the throat. Several female nurses held her back, then dragged her off somewhere without reassuring words.
That scared me. You think Fubuki's okay?
The girls hurried even faster down the hallway. This game's scary. Fubuki was in a 4-person room at the very end of the hallway. We hesitantly peeked inside. Oh god.
That voice.
Fubuki? We could hear moaning coming from beyond the curtains surrounding Fubuki's bed. Mari went pale and hurriedly ripped them open.
Fubuki!
What the hell? What the hell are you wearing? What is that device? Fubuki made a strange noise and spun around as we came in. I looked closer and saw that she was sitting on the bed with her legs crossed, watching a show on the LCD TV attached to it. Her eyes were red and swollen with tears, but given the fact that she had a stick of Pocky in her mouth, she was probably just crying over a soap opera. Ah.
Huh? Oh, you guys can see me.
Fubuki wiped away her tears and welcomed us with her usual smile. What are you wearing?
You scared my Yushi. I thought you were crying. You really scared us. Sorry.
Even as she apologized, she tossed another chocolate-coated stick in her mouth. Her hair was tied up, and she was wearing some kind of headgear. What is that? At first, I thought it was just that she was too lazy to do her hair, but evidently not. There were cords coming out of her headgear that were attached to a bell around her waist. Were they monitoring her brainwaves? As unobtrusively as possible, I took a look at the other patients around the room, and they were all wearing the same headgear. They may have been giving it to all the encephalitis patients.
Sorry to bring everybody over, Fubuki. Not at all. You're very welcome, man. I didn't think Okarin would come at all.
Fubuki stared at me intently. You. She seems to have the most aptitude for reading Steiner. She'd never done that before, so I started to wonder if there was something on my face. They said you collapsed like I did, so I got worried. How are you doing?
Just fine. I really don't understand why they won't let me leave. Every day they just do exams and there's nothing for me to do, so I'm so bored. And you're not allowed to use your phone in the rooms. If you want to send text, I have to go all the way to the lobby, and they turn off the lights at 9, so I can't watch the late-night anime. I really just don't believe this.
The bed was surrounded by portable game consoles, magazines, and a miniature DVD player, anything to stave off boredom. I want to feel happy about this goofy music, but knowing that at any moment we could just be thrown back into hell, I don't exactly know if I want to be happy. Happiness is a false illusion this game has decided to place on me at all times, and I have decided I no longer trust it. And given all the half-empty boxes of snacks, it was hard to believe the disease was as serious as they said on the news.
Are you okay, Okarin?
Yeah, I told Mayuri this, but I'm fine.
I see. I'm glad.
She seemed truly relieved, but she was still staring at me. And suddenly, Kaede started to fidget. Not only that, she blushed, then glanced at me, then almost started to cry. She was acting really weird.
Kaede? What's wrong?
Kaya started fidgeting even more when she realized that everyone was looking at her, but she had no choice but to go over and whisper something in Fubuki's ear.
Huh? Fubuki, shh.
The other girls tried to quiet Fubuki down. This was a hospital, and there were other patients in the room. We couldn't make a fuss.
Now listen to this, everybody. Miss Kaede Kurishima here suspects me of secretly dating Ocarine.
But, excuse you. Now it was our turn to keep from shouting in surprise. Where are you getting that from?
Because according to Mayuri, you were the one who wanted to come see Fubuki today, right?
Well, that's true. There was another reason, but I couldn't say that.
And Fubuki and Ocarine were staring longingly at one another.
We were not staring longingly at one another. She's not getting... Does she know?
That's not it.
Fubuki tried to scratch her hair, but the headgear blocked her way and she gave up.
I had this really realistic dream.
There we go. Realistic dream. I was startled. That may have been what I wanted to find out.
It was sometime this evening. I was kind of spacing out. There's just nothing to do around here. And then somehow... I don't really remember, but me and Ocarine and Yuki were all taken somewhere in a car by these scary men.
So she's got a really good aptitude with reading Steiner, is what it is. It's not quite Okabe's level, but she can definitely remember other timelines. Much, like, more acutely than other people can. Why? What determines people? Is it just chance if some people have it and some people don't? Or is there a reason why Fubuki has it and why Okabe has it so strong? But she definitely remembers. She remembers when we were in World War III.
I was there too. Yeah.
It was the same. That meant Fubuki had experienced the same things I'd gone through in the other world line. And this evening would have been the same time I was experiencing it. She doesn't... It's not quite the same as Okabe's, but it's pretty damn close, all things considered. At the very least, she can... It seems like she's able to remember the moments... Like, anytime the world line shifts, it seems like she remembers that moment. Remember when she had the moment... When we were, like, playing as her for, like, a brief moment earlier in the game, and there was a time when she saw Mayuri die. It might have been there that was in another timeline at that exact moment, Mayuri may have died there. It's possible. Maybe in another timeline, because, I mean, thinking about how the Alpha world line worked, it technically was possible to keep delaying Mayuri's death time and time again, but, like, by a day each time. By that logic, I don't think it'd be a stretch to imagine maybe it would be possible to extend her lifespan to the point where it would be in, what, was it December when we saw the talk or whatever? I peeked through the curtains to make sure that none of the hospital staff were around. Sorry guys, but can you leave me alone with Nakase for a bit?
Huh? Eh? No way.
It's not like that. I wasn't really sure how to handle that reaction.
Is it something you don't want Mayushi and everyone else to know about?
It's about her disease.
Okay, I understand.
Mary nodded and went outside the curtains. The other two looked bothered, but they followed her. Nakase, does this dream of yours take place in Okinawa?
Huh? Yeah, that's right. I think it was Okinawa. I think I saw a sign saying so when I was in the car.
Inside the car there was you, me, and the Yuki. Then there was a driver and a short man who was an SDF soldier.
Yeah.
The man's name was Shimoyama. Exactly. Yep. Fubuki suddenly went pale. She remembers. A dream about being in a car in Okinawa could be written off as a coincidence, but knowing the exact name of the man in that shared dream was a different matter entirely. How? Why? The man talked to you about waking dreams in the president of Russia. That's right. And then we were taken to the U.S. Army base. There you met up with Mayuri in the hours and said goodbye to me. Fubuki was too stunned to speak. There was no room for doubt. My suspicion turned to a certainty. She has a very strong aptitude for reading Steiner. Fubuki had a stronger reading Steiner than most people, and remembered the other world line as a relatively realistic dream. In the dream, that Shimoyama guy said that you and I both have memories of another world. Yeah. Let's he right? Yeah. I hesitated for a moment, but then I gave her a brief explanation of my own reading Steiner ability. The one thing I wanted to make sure she understood was that her dreams weren't caused by an illness. Her reaction wasn't what I expected. And there may be others who aren't sick too. There are. There's nothing to do, so I talk to the others a lot about the dreams we have, and sometimes it's just amazing how similar they are. What the hell's going on? There's a kid in elementary school who's in the next room. We became friends. They said that he'd never been to Okinawa, but I had a dream that they were there. Tokyo had burned down, and the self-defense force to save them and took them there. I see. Oh no. If that was true, then it wasn't just Fubuki. There were other patients who were being kept in the hospital for no reason, who didn't have any kind of disease at all. It's because of reading Steiner that they're being kept here, isn't it? Should I talk to the doctors? I don't think you should. No, I don't think they believe you, and if they started to think that your delusions were getting worse. You're right. You shouldn't tell the others yet. You don't want there to be a fuss. Yeah. And then Yuki poked her head through the curtain. Okabe, a nurse is coming. Visiting hours are over for the day. I looked at the clock. It was well past 8. Sorry for being in such a rush, Fubuki. Next time we'll come early so we have more time. Aw, Mayushi, don't go. But the nurse will get mad. Let him get mad. Stay with me tonight. Fubuki was back to her usual self. She grabbed Mayuri's hand and held it tight. Kai chuckled and forced her to let go. Don't be selfish. We'll come as often as we can. That's not good enough. Come tomorrow, and the day after, and as soon as school's over. I'm so bored I can die. Boogie flailed her arms and legs about. It was a bit too deliberate if you ask me. Kaede patted her on the head. Right. Bye-bye. Mayuri and Yuki went over to pat her head too, and before long she looked like a little puppy in a kennel being petted. We left her behind and exited the room. I was the last to leave, and before I did, I turned around and saw Fubuki staring at us from the bed. Our eyes met, so I nodded a little. It's okay. You're not sick, so don't worry. I don't know if she understood what I meant, but she nodded back. The hospital walls were strangely silent after visiting hours were over. Text message, can I get... I want to talk to in private. I'll wait for you to contact me. Oh, God. Something in the short message made me feel very tense. Is she gonna ask? After I said my goodbyes to the others, I contacted Suzuha. She told me to come to the top of the radio building. Hey. When I arrived, she was standing silently on the dark roof. She's probably already knowing her, she's probably able to piece together from how we're acting that reading Steiner activated. There was no trace of a smile on her face. Her eyes shone in the darkness, and as she glared at me, I felt a shiver run down my spine. This is not the Suzuha I was used to. Maybe this was her true self. Whatever she wanted to talk to me about, I was sure I wasn't gonna like it.
Sorry to bring you out here like this, Uncle Ocarine.
話ってなんだ
What'd you want to talk about?
Oh, I'm really not good at talking to people or trying to persuade them, you know.
From the way she stumbled over her words, it was clearly something she didn't want to talk about.
担当直入に
Just say it. That's what the old you would have wanted, right?
以前のお前ならば
Yeah, you're right.
もしかして
Are you trying to break this to me gently?
そうか
I see.
ありがとう
Thanks.
It's not really like that.
Suzuha got a little annoyed and tried to say something back to me, but ended up swallowing her words.
実は俺
To be honest, it was a bit of a shock
最
at
初はちょ
first.
っとお前が
You were so different than the
俺のよく
Suzuha
知っ
I
てる
knew.
鈴葉と
I can't help it. When the rolling changes, so does the environment you grew up in. And that changes your personality and how you think.
Yeah,
で
but
も
I don't think that anymore.
今はそうは思
You're
わ
still
ない
the Suzuha I know.
No, I really am different. I'm not the Suzuha Amane you know well, Uncle Ocarine.
鈴葉
Suzuha
I followed you today.
尾行
followed me?
That's right. All the way to the hospital.
What'd she say? Why would she do that? No, I knew the answer without even asking. There was only one reason she would do something like that.
俺が世界線を移動したこと
You realize I jumped world lines?
気づいたのか
I'd always suspect that your ring Steiner might have activated on Christmas Eve. And not just then. Today too. And now I'm sure.
I deliberately avoided telling Suzuha that the world line had changed. It was obvious that she would react like this. Well, we can't hide it now.
Tell me, is this a different world line than it was before?
聞いてどうする
What will you do with the answer?
Just tell me.
Ah!
This is an order, Rentaro Kabe.
I gulped as I saw her pull a gleaming pistol out from her jacket. It was aimed right between my eyes.
冗談
This is a joke, right?
I wouldn't do this as a joke.
I felt like Suzuha was trying to revert to who she was when I'd first come to the Beta World line. A woman who put her mission above everything else. She was so desperate it hurt to even look at her. What would happen if she shot me here? Imagine myself falling on the ground in a pool of blood. In my mind, the image overlaps with Karisu's dead body. I closed my eyes and grit my teeth, trying to avoid a flashback. I had spent the last month trying to escape to Okinawa in the middle of a war, but I still wasn't used to having a gun pointed right at me.
I'll ask you one more time. Did the world line change? Is this a different world than it was before?
Suzuha's hands were shaking a little as she held the gun. That would have been unimaginable when she'd first come from the future. Maybe she was ashamed of it because she bit down hard on her teeth. She bit down on her teeth even harder. Blood. She must have bit her lip when she did so, because a single trail of blood ran down her jaw and dripped onto the ground. I stared at the blood as I answered.
大丈夫だ
Don't worry. We're in the same world line as we were before.
以前のま
You're sure?
あ
Yeah. It's true that the world line moved
別
once,
の世
but we
界
came
線に移
back.
動したのは事実
I
だ
think.
Who is responsible? Russia?
だと思う
I think so.
Which means they finally started experimenting with the time machine.
I nodded.
And that means there's no time to waste. If they keep experimenting, something will happen that can't be changed. It might close the path to Steins Gate. I'm a fool. I shouldn't have wasted time worrying. I'm done trying to get you to change your mind.
どうする気だ
What will you do?
Rintaro Kabe, you're going to follow my orders. You're coming back to July 28th with me.
拒否したら
And if I refuse? I won't let you refuse.
お前はいいのか
Are you okay with that?
それで
What?
この世界線を
Are you okay with erasing this world line?
Shut up!
Get... Huh? Huh? There was a horrible ringing in my ears, and a fierce pain in my eardrums. The second layer, the smell of gunpowder passed by my face. She really shot at me. Next time, it won't be a threat. I'll shoot you. She was glaring at me as if she was about to cry. We stared at each other in silence. I tried as hard as I could to come up with something to calm her down, but nothing came to me. Nothing I could come up with could get her to change her mind. What should I do? Ocarine, what are you doing? Suddenly I heard Dara's voice. I turned and saw that he'd just come out of the door near the stairs. Dad. Oh! I got a message from Mayushi and Mashi. They said that you'd contacted Ocarine. I had a bad feeling, so I decided to look for you. And then I got a message from an unknown sender.
An unknown sender.
They sent me a URL that led to a map of this place. I thought you might be here, so I came right over. Wait, what? How'd you... Who sent you that URL? And then I heard a gunshot and it really scared me. Dara's whole body was covered in sweat. Even as he spoke, large beads were appearing on his forehead. He must have really hurried. So, Suzuha, what's with that gun? Oh, Suzuha wasn't actually... You wouldn't fire a gun if you didn't have a reason. Duh. Come on, Suzuha. Out with it.
Dad, you know what it is.
What's that?
World line changed. Russia started experimenting with the time machine.
You sure?
That's what I'm doing this. At this rate, it'll be too late to do anything. We won't reach Steins Gate. We won't be able to stop the Third World War. Lots of people will die. Mom will die, and I won't be able to stop any of it.
That would be really bad. But still, even if you threaten Ocarine and force him to go back to the past with you, is that really going to work? Dara's normally easygoing expression had suddenly turned serious. Since I've started researching the time machine and the world lines, I've kind of figured something out. I think Ocarine might be right. And it may be impossible to save Makiseishi in the normal way.
Now you're saying it too, Dad.
If the rules and causality of the world lines could be changed that easily, Ocarine should have been able to save Mayushi in the Alpha world line, right? Causality. The school of thought that says that all things have a cause and effect. This idea is at the core of relativity theory. However, it has been observed in the microscale, a world of quantum mechanics, that causality does not always apply. Then what am I supposed to do? Dara brought his fist up to his chest. That's what we're researching, right?
But there's no time.
It's okay. Just leave it to me. I'll figure something out. I promise. I wish you'd listen to your dad once in a while. Dara's voice was strong and kind in a way you'd never imagine he was capable of. He softly took the gun from Suzuha's hand. She didn't resist. Here, you got something that's way more important than a gun. On cold days, like today, you should be wearing these. Dara took something out of his pocket. He pressed it into Suzuha's hands. Gloves! Aww. It was a pair of handmade gloves. It was the present that Yuki had given her at the Christmas party. I remembered it well. I... When he gave her the gloves, warm tears started to flow down her face. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do anymore. Yeah. Help me, Dad. Help me. Please. So his shoulders shook as the tears poured down. I turned my eyes towards the time machine, a silhouette in the darkness. I decided that I'm not getting back in that thing. No matter what Daro said, no matter how Suzuha threatened me, I wasn't going back to the past. I can't look back. The next thing she knew, Suzuha was inside the time machine, wrapped up in a blanket. She must have been crying a lot, because she hadn't even noticed that she'd come inside the time machine, or that Rintaro had left. Her dad was next to her. He was also wrapped up in a blanket, and he was looking at her. Aww. Have you calmed down? What time is it? She wiped away the tears as she asked. It's almost a new day. Sorry to keep you out this late. It's fine, it's fine. I told you before, you can always count on your dad. Yeah. The time machine's hatch was still open, and cold air was pouring in. Each time they spoke, they could see their breath turn white. The machine was still silent. They could use the life support system in the cockpit to keep out the cold, but she didn't want to waste the energy. She rubbed her cheeks with her glove-covered hands. The gloves Yuki gave her were very warm, and her hands were the one part of her that wasn't cold. You know, I think someday Okarin's gonna work with us. No, he's gonna be our leader. Suzuha was a little surprised to see Itaru speaking seriously. Normally all Itaru ever did was screw around. The Future Gadget Lab only exists because of Okarin. He's having a hard time right now, but he'll get over it. And then Kyoma Huey will revive. You know, the name Phoenix isn't just for show. And when that time comes, Okarin will probably get into the time machine himself without needing you to tell him to. Suzuha realized Itaru was trying to make her feel better. Suddenly, deep in her heart, she felt a little warmer. Dad, do you realize how embarrassing the things you're saying are? Yeah, you're right. No way I could say that in front of Okarin. I'm going to write a letter to Uncle Okarin before tomorrow. Try to talk to him directly. I'll end up acting weird again. I'll tell him I'm sorry. And that I'm going to keep fighting a little longer. So I want him to just think about it. But still, there's really not a lot of time left. Not a lot of time, because Russia started their experiments. You see, the internal battery for the quantum computer that controls the time machine is just about to run out. A computer capable of using quantum mechanical overlapping to perform parallel processing. While modern-day computers switch between two signals, 0 and 1, to perform their calculations, a quantum computer is capable of calculating these two signals at the same time. This allows for exponentially faster calculations, to the point where it is expected that quantum computing will change everything we know about the world we know. Practical quantum computers have not yet been built. Seriously? I told you I used the time machine a lot starting in 1998, in order to look for Kagari. That wasn't part of the original plan. Of course, that meant I had to use the computer that controls the machine more often than I meant to.
And that drained the battery.
The battery's actually closer to running out than the fuel. It'll be hard to make the machine jump the way it's supposed to.
If it's just a battery, can we swap it or recharge it?
No.
Can I take a little look at it?
Suzuha nodded and pointed to a piece at the core of the machine. Itaru leaned his huge body forward to take a look. But soon he gave out a moan of confusion.
What is this thing?
The battery was the same size as a car's, but it was the product of 2036's technology, and Itaru lived in the year 2010. There's probably no way he could understand it. From Itaru's perspective, it might as well have been a black box of unknown technology. A quick look wouldn't tell him anything about how it was built or how it would work. That was one reason why Suzuha had agreed to let him look at it. I don't think you can do anything with 2010's technology. It's basically the same as a disposable battery. You can't charge it and you can't swap it out.
Can you replace with a battery you're generating from this time?
Suzuha shook her head helplessly. I tried that a long time ago, but it didn't work. I asked Big Sis Rumi to get me a car battery, one of the big ones they use in trucks. I hooked it up and it didn't last a second.
What'd you say?
I tried a gas-powered generator and it didn't work either. I can't even imagine how much gasoline you need. And we can't fit that much gas inside the machine anyway. Big Sis Rumi went through a lot of trouble just to get me one of the latest fuel cell batteries. But even that wasn't good enough.
Future tech's amazing. All that power in something this small.
Tara's staring in amazement at the futuristic battery.
If only we could use garbage as fuel, like in that one science fiction movie. So, how long is this gonna last?
Probably 1 or 2 jumps at most.
That's all.
And even while the machine's shut down, it's still calculating gravity fields and positional coordinates constantly. Even if we don't jump, the battery will eventually run out. We've got another 6 months of battery at most before we lose the ability to do an accurate jump. So, that's all the time we have to save Makise Kurisu. Suzuha grabbed onto Yutaro's back and took a deep breath. It was so squishy, and it felt good. What happens if the battery runs out and we can't control the machine? We lose control of the Care Black Hole, and are trapped beyond the event horizon for eternity?
Don't say that stuff. It's bad luck.
Also known as the Schwarzschild radius, a point past which no information can be transmitted. Information transmission occurs via light and electromagnetic waves, but the incredible gravity at the center of a black hole makes it impossible for even light to escape. The boundary at which this occurs is the event horizon. Anything that occurs inside that event horizon cannot be observed from the outside, since no light can escape. The center of a black hole... Since no light can escape, the center of a black hole appears black. A black hole whose existence is predicted by current theories of physics. Unlike other black holes, the singularity at its center rotates. While other black holes have their singularities at a single point, the Care Black Hole singularity is a ring. Yeah. Sorry. But I wonder what it's like. I wonder if it's calm and quiet like this. And it just stays that way for eternity. Suzuha? Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. As she clung to her father's warm back, Suzuha started to feel very sleepy. If she let her guard down for a moment, she was sure she would fall asleep. She'd been trained to fight it on the battlefield. But this wasn't the battlefield. And she was exhausted from crying. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to let herself sleep once in a while. She sat down and held her knees like a child, then softly closed her eyes.
I see. Suzuha's leaving before summer ends. No matter what Ocarine decides.
Just before she fell asleep, she thought she heard her father talking to himself. Back to Okabe. Hello, Makise. Hello, Maho.
Gotta stretch real quick.
This is truly paradise.
Maho's eyes were shining like a little girl's. Not many girls would look like that if you brought them to a place like this. I was the one who brought her here, but she seemed to have forgotten about me entirely. She was wandering down the narrow corridors where all the computer parts were, as if in a daze. Then she came to a stop in front of one of them. Inside the shop were lots of little plastic bins filled with junk parts of all sizes. They'd been taken off of discard PCs and appliances. Each of them was obviously dirty, and lots of them were covered in dust.
What this board do? He thinks. It's got a beautiful pattern, like a piece of art. It's made out of aluminum.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
And I have X008 image sensor? Can't believe it! This belongs in a museum! What's it doing here?
Yeah.
Akihabara is even more amazing than I'd heard.
Watching the ecstasy on Maho's face creeped me out a little. Oh, she's a tech goblin. I see.
This is who Maho really is.
Kurisu spoke from inside my phone. Maho had said she wanted to go out with Kurisu today. And so I ended up going on a strange date with 2 girls at once. This might be another test of Amadeus' capabilities. I've been here a few times, but I've only ever seen one other person stare lovingly at computer parts like that.
I know. You're talking about Hishida, right?
Yeah.
I feel kind of bad for Maho if you're comparing her to him. From what you told me, he's an incredible pervert.
That's right. That was rude to Hiyajo. It was early afternoon on a Sunday. There was a reason I'd come with Maho to the computer parts shop. Dr. Leskinen and Maho were heading back to America in a few days. She was leaving soon, so she wanted me to show her around Akihabara like I'd promised. That's what her message had said. So we met in front of the station in the morning, and I asked her where she wanted to go. This was the result. By the way, our first stop was Yodobashi, and our second, soft map. I'd already taken her to a lot of used PC and retro PC shops tucked away in tiny alleys. Do you like these kinds of computer parts, Hiyajo?
It's not the parts, really. I just like building these. I used to make plastic models all the time when I was a kid.
Kit made from plastic parts put together by following a manual.
Did you make germanium radios and stuff?
A radio that uses germanium diode as a rectifier and requires no power supply. This term can also refer to the kits used to build them, since they're simple enough for anyone to build. They're a common choice for elementary school summer break projects.
I burn myself soldering all the time.
The mixture comprised mostly of lead and tin that is used to join metal components together.
Me too. I guess everybody's the same way, aren't they?
Probably not. Everybody. Actually, I'd assume that it was a minority of people who soldered in their homes growing up.
Wow, I could stare at this stuff forever. Why didn't it come sooner, I wonder?
I felt like she was never going to leave unless I dragged her out. I finally managed to succeed in getting her away from the parts shop by telling her it was time to eat. We went to the main road. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I just feel fear all of a sudden. I feel fear. This area was close to the station, so it was especially crowded. Thanks to the crowds of people waiting to cross the street, you couldn't even walk in a straight line. Now then, where to eat? My first idea was May Queen Yan Square, but after the way she reacted last time, it's probably best to avoid that. Still, Sampa wasn't a good choice for someone new to Akihabara. Gansen? Or maybe Kitchenjiro? Gogo Curry could work too. A curry chain based out of Kanazawa, Ishikawa. It has stores all over Japan, but primarily in northern and eastern parts of the country. It offers Kanazawa curry, which is famous for its thick roe and katsu and cabbage on top. A restaurant chain found in downtown Tokyo as well as Kansai, it has a popular combo menu that offers a large amount of delicious food. In addition to the restaurants, it also offers a delivery service. As I stood there thinking, no, okay. I'm scared. I'm scared. Every single time, every waking moment of this game, I could just suddenly get time traveled. Or time leaped, or freaking anything.
This is scary.
Oh.
Miles stopped moving in front of the arcade directly ahead of us. You wanna go inside? Evidently, she was looking at the crane games on the first floor.
Can we take a little look inside?
I nodded. Crane game. Mom walked up to the crane game and pressed her face against the glass like a little kid. Inside the glass were characters from an from @channel memes, all of different sizes. Maybe Maho is a secret @channeler like Karisu. They're pretty close, so it's possible. I leaned over to Maho and whispered a magic spell into her ear.
Nurupo.
Nulpo. No, not this again. An old @channel slang. It started on the programming board as a shortening of null pointer, and as of now, it has no meaning whatsoever. Whenever someone says it's tradition for someone else to respond, "Ga." Here we go. Here we find out.
Hi.
Huh? I just confused her. Okay, she's not an @channeler.
What's a null? What?
Nothing. Forget it. Amaya's Chris is like, you are an asshole. Hi! Karisu was glaring cold daggers at me from inside the smartphone, but I decided to ignore it. Hi, Karisu. Hyajo, do you want that stuffed animal?
Yeah, it's cute, isn't it, Karisu?
Maho!
What? Why do you look so flustered? It's nothing.
I'm a little surprised, honestly. You just said you like computer parts, so I figured your taste would be more boyish.
Okabe, you need to learn some tact. Say something romantic, like the gap between my expectations and your reality is really cute.
Sorry?
It's fine, really. Actually, Karisu had one of these stuffed animals in her bedroom.
Did she? Maho! Did she buy it off the internet or have it shipped to America?
Does it really matter?
Kinda. I guess you can tell she's a secret @channeler.
What's an @channeler? I've never heard of it.
Nulpo. I tricked the AI. Even as part of Amadeus, she hasn't changed a bit. Thanks, Karisu. Hyajo, did Karisu ever tell you what kind of character this was?
No, I asked several times, she kept dodging the question.
I'm sure.
So I always kind of wondered. Do you know Okabe?
Well... What are you gonna do, phone Karisu? You can't stop me! A chill ran down my spine as I heard the angry voice from the smartphone. You can't hurt me! What are you gonna do? Leak my private information? I don't actually know.
I see.
Sheesh, I defended your honor, Karisu. You better be grateful.
Can I give it a try?
Mao took her wallet out of her pocket and put a 100 yen coin into the machine.
Huh? You move this arm back and forth to grab a stuffed animal, right?
Have you never done this before?
Mao only ever plays racing games.
Racing games?
That's right.
Look at the smug face. Mao nodded and pushed the control button, managing to move the arm directly over her target. She smiled, satisfied.
It's simple. Now you just wait for the arm to automatically grab it, right?
Oh, well, normally, yeah. The arm went straight for the doll, but the angle was slightly off and it didn't grab it right.
It doesn't make sense! What just happened?
Oh dear. The gremlin has been released. That's what happens your first time. We are not gambling your life We are not gambling your life savings, I said. Mao gave it several more tries, but didn't seem to get the hang of it. She groaned and took her last 300 yen to the back of the arcade. She walked over to a game with a red and white two-tone Formula 1 card on the side of the cabinet. She slid inside and still angry. I remember that one of the CG racing game based off of... That was a CG racing game based off of real circuits.
Okabe! Okabe!
Huh? What is it?
Now's your chance to show your manliness.
Excuse you? My manliness?
the stuffed animal that Maho couldn't, I mean.
Bruh.
あ
Oh, I
あ、な
see.
るほど。
And then give it to Maho, who... Oh, what is what she was trying to say? Why are you matchmaker, Amadeus? Finally, us aside, after seeing how badly she wanted it, I did want to try and help her. I took some coins out of my pocket and checked how much money I was carrying. Okay, it's been a while, but let's try this. But honestly, I'm not very good at these games either.
ゲームは得意じゃないんだが。
Even so, I was sure I could do better than Maho. May as well give it a try. Whee. Whee. Nope. Nice. Again. Let's see how Karisu's expression changes this time. Happy. Nope. A surprise. Closed eyes. Let's go again. No. And so after trying several times. Whether it was luck or skill, I managed to get the stuffed animal easier than I expected.
よし。
Okay.
Nice.
I stuffed it into a bag and went back to the racing game I was playing. For some reason, there was a crowd of about 10 people around.
Wow, who is that girl? That's me.
Is she in elementary school? Can't believe how good she is. Think she'll set a new record?
The crowd was whispering up to one another. All of them seemed to be amazed. I made my way into the crowd and looked at the screen. The game I was playing was one of those where you had to clear each stage in a set time or else it would be game over. With each race, the course got more and more difficult. She was playing first every time with ease. This crowd watched in awe, she finally made it to the end of the last stage well ahead of the other racers, and she set a new record.
Phew.
She had a satisfied smile on her face as she looked at the flashy congratulations graphic on the ending screen. Then she noticed the crowd around her and her body jerked.
Congratulations! You set the record for a store.
An arcade employee walked over to Maho and started to clap. And the crowd started to clap as well. Maho's face went beet red. I should probably help her. I pushed my way through the crowd and grabbed her hand to pull her up. Hi, Karisu. Can't do anything with this. Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
I've never seen her disobedient before. We made our way through the hustle and bustle and finally got out of the arcade. Well, I was sighed in relief.
Phew, that was careless of me.
何が？
What was that? What was?
I got mad, and I got serious.
これのせいか？
Because of this? I handed her the bag with my prize in it.
What?
She opened the bag and took out the stuffed animal.
Look. This... You got it!
運が良くて
I
ね。
got lucky. You can have it as a
君
present.
にプレゼントす。
Really?
Hi, Karisu.
俺が持ってても仕
It
方な
won't
い。
do me any good.
Really? Okay, I'll take it then.
Mao hugged the doll tight to her chest with the innocent smile of a child. This game... I'm scared of it. I've never had a game that I've been quite scared like this of it before. It hurts my chest. Seeing how happy she was made me happy too.
After Karisu died, her mom showed me a lot of the things she left behind. But this was something that Karisu really loved. Her mom kept it in her own bedroom.
I didn't know it was from that an channel meme. It was actually pretty cute. I could see her keeping it as a memory of her daughter.
But after what happened to Karisu's home, I'm sure it burned up too. Maho. So, can I give this to her mom in America?
もちろん。
Of course. If you think she'll like it, that's what would be best.
それが一番。
Thanks.
さてと
Okay, what's next? Any place you want to see?
と言っても
Though I guess you wouldn't be interested in anime or game stores.
興味ない
Kurisu,
クリス
I'm sorry, but can you leave me alone with Okabe for a little while?
しばらく
Mo, you finally decided to be honest with yourself. Okabe, don't screw this up.
damn, Kurisu. Okay. Huh?
Goodbye, Mo. Good luck, Mo. Bye.
え
Miyajo? I'm scared of this game. This game gives me ill feelings every time.
行きたい場所
There's one more place I want to go.
そうか
Yeah? Where is it? Is it someplace you didn't want Kurisu knowing about?
あそこよ
You can guess where, right?
わかるでしょ
The smile was gone from Mao's face. She looked like she'd come to some kind of decision. And then I realized where she wanted to go.
ラジカンに
Take me to the radio
連れ
building.
て行って
Damn it. The radio building. And she wanted me to take her there. I understood immediately. Because that was where Kurisu Makise had died. Here we are. I'd gone up to the roof several times since then. The time machine was there, and Suzu and Dara would go up once in a while to do maintenance. Just a few days ago, Suzu had called me out there and pointed a gun in my face. But even so, I'd never been to that storeroom on the 8th floor where it had happened. I couldn't bring myself to do it. Just remembering what happened was enough to cause a severe flashback. There's no way I could visit the site of her death.
大丈夫
Are you okay?
ずいぶん
You look
顔色
really
が悪い
pale.
けれどクリスのこと
Are you thinking about Kurisu?
思い出してしまうの
Mm,
そう
yeah,
だろうな
I guess so.
辛いなら
You don't have to come with me if
つい
it's
てこ
gonna
な
be
くて
hard
も
for
いい
you.
わ
I'll go by myself.
私一人で行くから
Her face was colorless. Going there had to be hard on her, too. But even so, she was trying to come to grips with Kurisu's death. I wanted to help her remember our friend. The radio building was going to be renovated. There wasn't a lot of time.
いや
No,
一緒に行くよ
I'll go with you. Half the shops had already been moved to another building to make way for the renovation. But many of the shops on the 7th floor were still open. Mm. 6 months ago, on July 28th, I killed Kurisu on the floor just above where I was standing. With my own hands.
ここなの
Is this the place?
いや
No. It happened on the
事
next
件があ
floor.
ったのは
That's what I was
この
told.
上の階
I wasn't supposed to have been at the scene of Kurisu's death. I'd already asked Mayuri and Daru not to tell anyone.
上には何が
What's upstairs?
イベント会場と
An event hall. And some
Ato wa-
storerooms and stuff.
倉庫とかになってる
行ってみても
Can we go up
いい
there?
のかしら
今は立ち入
It
り
should be
禁
off
止の
limits right now. The rope that always blocked off the way to the 8th floor wasn't there today. I could hear loud voices and laughter from above. Since it was a day off, there must have been some kind of event going on upstairs.
大丈夫そうね
Looks like it's okay.
Mao headed up the stairs first.
Oh.
I slowly dragged myself up the stairs. We passed by the event hall and into the back. Looks like there was no one around. Nothing had changed in 6 months.
ここだ
This is it. Ugh. There were no lights on, and the place seemed dark and lonely. This time, the storeroom was locked.
そう
I see.
こんな
So
場
it's a
所
place like this.
I could see her lips trembling as she whispered. It seemed strange. This was the place where Kurisu had died, covered in blood. And yet, nearby, the rest of the world continued on like it didn't care. And now I'd come back, Even though this is where the one I loved had died.
もどかしいわ。
It's frustrating.
私は物理学
I'm
者
not
で
a
はないから。
physicist, so I don't know all there is to know about
相対性理論
relativity
のことを
theory,
詳
but
細に理解しているわ。時間と空
if
間が
space
同
and time
列
are
だと
essentially
い
the
う
same
のなら
thing, then why can't we move through time as easily as we can move through space?
時間も今私たちは
Spatially, we're on the same axis as Kreese's death.
クリスの死と
That
同
tiny
じ
little
軸上
gap
に
on
い
the
るのよ。
temporal axis means there's nothing we can do about it.
なのにあなた
You asked Kreese,
Kono mae
I mean,
Kreese ni-
Amadeus Kreese, an interesting
アマ
question
デウスの
before.
方だけど面白い質問をしたわよね。タイムマシンを
Whether it was
作れる
possible
か
to
ど
create
う
a
か
time machine.
あ
Yeah,
ぜひ研究
I'd
してみ
love
て
if
ほ
you
し
could
いわ。
look into it. I'd volunteer for the
真っ
first man
先に
test.
私が友人テストに名乗り出るか
I
ら。
couldn't tell from the tone of her voice if she was serious or joking. She laughed. Sadly. Time machines are real, you know. And there's one right above us. What would she do if I told her that? Would she blame me for giving up on saving Kurisu and say she'd go back to the past herself?
岡部さん、
Okabe, can you tell me about
ク
how
リス
Kurisu
が亡くな
died?
った時の状況、私
I don't know the
詳し
details.
くは知らん。
俺だって
I don't really know myself. Did I tell you that before?
でも
But you know more
ア
than
メ
I
リカ
do,
にい
right?
た私よ
I
り
was in
は詳しい
America.
でしょ。クリスは
What was Kurisu doing in a place like
どう
this?
してクリスが死んだ
On the
時
day she died, there was an event going on like the one happening now, right? It's happening. We could hear the occasional sounds of laughter coming from the event hall.
中鉢博士
Dr. Nakabachi. He made the news last summer.
ニュースになっロシアに亡
He
命
heard that
し
he
て
saw asylum in Russia, and he wrote a
タイ
paper
ム
on
マシ
time
ンに関
machines.
する論その論文の内容
Supposedly, the
は
paper itself was
それは
terrible,
ひどいものだったらしい。ただ
but that made me remember
それで
something.
ピンときたの。
Those guys who set fire to Kreese's house in America were
ア
speaking
メリカ
Russian.
のクリスの家にこれ
Is that a
偶
coincidence,
然
you
かし
think?
ら。私は
I think the two
何
events
ら
are
かの
connected
関連性
somewhere.
があると。だから
So I decided to look into Dr. Nakabachi, but strangely, there's barely any information on
不
him.
思議なことに
If you look online, you
驚
won't
くほど
even find his
情報
real
がないの
name.
よ。中鉢博士につい
Most
て言
blogs and
及して
websites
い
that
る
talk
ブロ
about
グや
Dr.
サイトを見に
Nakabachi
行
are
って
gone
も
now, and all of them disappeared in the
ほとんど閉鎖してるわ。
last 6 months.
しかもね
Tell me, what the hell was Kurisu caught up in?
え、何が起きていたの？もしかして
Is it perhaps
今もま
still
だ
going on?
それは続いて、あなたは
Are you hiding something?
何を隠している
Her
の？
eyes were pure and sought the truth. Kurisu used to get that exact same look in her eyes all the time. But
好奇心で
you shouldn't get involved out of curiosity.
俺はもうたくさん
I'm
だ
done with all this.
今更だわ。
It's too late,
私は
I'm already
片足を
involved.
突っ込んでしまっているの。それに
and I've been wondering the reason
考
why we
え
were
てしまうの
we were
よ。
attacked. And I've been wondering if the reason we were attacked before wasn't wasn't because of me,
君のせい
because of you.
狙われる理
Is
由
there
が
a
ある
reason
の
someone would come after you?
私は
And then she paused for a moment. I have some of Kreese's
私は
belongings. What
クリスの
belongings?
遺産を持っている。
Some of Kreese's belongings. What does she mean? Mao had said that after Kreesu died, she'd gone to her home in America and received some of her belongings from her mom. Was she saying now that the attack was because of that? My mind began to race. Russia. Where Dr. Nakabachi had sought asylum. The people who attacked Kreesu's home spoke Russian. And just a few days ago, the Russians probably had experimented with changing the past. Zued said that World War III would be set off by the time machine. Time machine. Nakabachi's paper. The paper he'd written about the time machine. The cause of the Third World War. A miraculous, nightmarish paper which would cause the deaths of 5.7 billion people. The time machine he discussed at his press conference was a ripoff of John Titor's. But the one in his paper was different. I never imagined I'd never managed to read it, though. My guess was that Kurisu had showed him the original that she'd written on July 28th, and his paper was an inferior copy. Kurisu had written down instructions for making a time machine. I shuddered. Like quickly booted up the Rhyme program on my smartphone. I'm scared. I paged through my chat logs. That hard drive and that laptop contained the data for the original version of Nakabachi's paper. Maybe Karisu's paper. Wait. Wait! Karisu's laptop. And a hard drive. Which were given to Daru. Daru has them! Was the person who gave them to him? It was you! Maho! I looked at Maho. She looked back at me without smiling. You gave Daru... And she nodded. Yeah, it was me. From Maho's perspective, there were too many things about Karisu's death that didn't make sense. Maybe that was why she had decided to look into why Karisu was killed. Of course, she'd assumed there were hints hidden inside her laptop and hard drive. But if my hypothesis was right, that laptop was too dangerous to be allowed to exist. It was Pandora's box, and the power to unleash the Third World War. So that laptop is the cause of all this, is what I'm hearing. That thing needs to be destroyed. Now, right? If that thing gets out, we're screwed. Everything's screwed. Why didn't you tell me? First, I didn't really know that you and Hashida were friends. It's really just a coincidence I gave it to him. It seems to me like you were hiding something about Karisu. You really think I'd tell you everything? It wasn't that I didn't trust you, but I thought it would be best to be cautious when it came to Karisu. Yeah, you were right about that. Was letting me test Amadi as part of your plot. Don't call it a plot. You're Karisu's friend, and I just want to know more about you. To find Karisu's secrets. I wanted to know more about her. She glared right back, as if challenging me. Has Daru cracked it yet? Not yet. That's why I wanted to talk to you before I head back to America. So that's why she brought me here. I need to call Daru right now. Okay, so I'll be honest that I have looked enough at the guide. I think before I didn't follow a guide at all, and I wasn't originally intending to follow the guide this time until like later, but at this point I kind of have been. I'm still going to try and get all the endings, as painful as that's probably going to be. But I think... I don't know. No, I don't think this is actually where the plot changes, but still saving here. I need to call Daru right now. I'm scared. I'm scared. Daru? Are you alive? Yes? Hello? You at the lab now? Huh? No. Then where are you? Stop. I want to talk to you about your part-time job. Oh, that? Remember any info on Makasishi? Yeah. Of course, that was a lie. He could be in danger if I didn't get that laptop back right now. I glanced over at Maho. Can you stand over Rhyme then? Let's talk in person. Can you meet at the lab? I'm all tied up right now. Can you wait till evening? You can play your H games later, man. My bad, I'll lie about the H games. I'm actually busy doing my job. Often used as part of the phrase, oh, my battle... Pandora's box. A box given to mankind by the gods in Greek mythology. We were told never to open it, but a girl named Pandora let her curiosity get the best of her and opened it anyways. The box was filled with disasters, all of which were unleashed upon the world. It is said that the one thing that remained in the box was hope. Pandora's box. One of the most terrifying things, you know? Your job? Well, I was lying to him too, so I didn't really have room to talk. Okay, where are you really? If you can't leave, I'll come to you. I just need to talk to you right now. I really don't want to tell you. I do a lot of dangerous work. Well, whatever, fine. Got the address I'm about to give you. The location he gave me was still in Akihabara. It was less than 5 minutes away. I'm scared. Down an alley, a few turns off the main strip, and all the hustle and bustle of the crowd completely disappears. We were on the 7th floor of an old mixed-use building. We were in Akihabara, at the center of Tokyo, in the middle of the day on Sunday, and still the alleyway we'd come in seemed lonely and abandoned. There we found the shop Dara had told us about. What? Nice! What do you think, Amadeus?
My chest hurts from the anxiety.
There was a cute anime-style sign on the steel door that read, "Cosplay media at Akihabara were open, come on in." I am terrified. Mary and Luca. I'm out shopping with Luca. Do you want to come with us, Okabe? I'll meet up later. Really? Where are you now? Akihabara. Then should we meet you in Akihabara once we're done shopping? No, I'm heading home once I'm done. Meet me there. Don't come to Akihabara under any circumstances. Why? Because I say so. Just wait for me. But if I don't contact you by evening, give up and go home. Got it? What happened? I'm fine, don't worry. If you say so, Kareen, we'll wait until evening. See you later, okay? Send me an emoji, damn it. I want to feel happy. I'm scared. Oh. The store is jammed full of cosplay outfits. The wall near the entrance held the new arrivals corner and the popular cosplay sections, as well as cosplay wigs, ribbons, jewelry, and props. The other wall held the used outfit section and a shoe section stocked with socks, school shoes, heels, and boots. Even further back, I could see rows of school swimsuits and competition swimming outfits. It looks like the place sold mainly to girls, but this clearly wasn't a location where women would feel comfortable. The other tenants in the building were all shady shops with names like Drops of the Spirit God Inc., Space Radio Receiver Sales, and Flower Petal Video Project. You ever been here before? No. Last time we met, it was in a different building. It wasn't much better than this one, though. I see. I felt I'd seen Dara's dark side. The shop was completely silent. There were no customers other than us. There was a thin man with long hair at the counter who looked like he worked there, but he didn't even raise his head up from his magazine when we came in. To be honest, ever since I'd entered, I'd worried that someone would think I was up to something illegal. Anyone who saw me would think I was a pervert taking a middle school girl to a shady cosplay shop. Hey, Okarin, over here! I think we're about to, if what I saw in the guide is right, I think we're about to reach a very important point. And I mean very important. Wait, Mahotan's with you too, huh?
Would you stop calling me Mahotan?
Why? It's cute.
I feel like I'm being insulted.
Forget that. Where'd you come from, Daru? The man at the counter hadn't said anything, which meant they knew he was out here. Come with me. Daru headed to the back of the store. One of the rows of hanger racks holding idol cosplay outfits was pulled forward, and behind it I could see a curtain. Past the curtain was a tiny space that led to a door marked staff only. If the hanger rack hadn't been moved, I'd have no idea this was here.
It's like an old ninja mansion.
What in the hell? Daru! Okay. Behind the door was a cramped office. Well, no, the room itself may have been pretty big, but, the darkness made it feel very cramped. It was honestly hard to breathe. There were 4 desks in the center surrounded by metal racks. The desks and floor were piled high with all manner of computer and peripherals. There were boxes and bags littered everywhere. I couldn't tell if they were trash or not. There were towers of magazines, games, plastic models, and figure boxes. And the desk was covered in garbage just like the one at the lab. It was too dark to tell, but I was sure that the figures he had on display were covered in dust. What did he need 6 monitors for anyway? Each of them displayed an image of the store. Evidently, it was footage from the security camera. Given the size of the store and the lack of customers, even 3 cameras would have been too many. Well, sit down, I guess. There's no place to sit down.
I'll make you space.
Dara kicked aside the boxes on the floor to make room and set down 2 folding chairs. What's the deal with you in this shop?
I'm kind of like the leader of us part-timers. I work for a lot of underground places like this. And so sometimes I even use their offices like this.
For your secret job? This is a lot more personalized for a secret job.
Yep.
Maybe there's a lot more to Dara than I thought. I'm scared. I'm very scared. Is all this stuff in here yours?
Nope, it's shared with the rest of the part-timers. I don't have enough money to buy all this stuff.
Damn. Or so he said, but who knew if that was true? This might be it. So, okay. If what I read in the guide is right, if this is what I think it is, then by opening this call, by answering it, then we will have the choice of 2 endings, I think. Let me take a look at it real quick. Yep. There's one ending that we get from answering the call, and one we get from ignoring it. And apparently... Oh god. Apparently... To get... If we do not answer... If we answer the phone, we get the bad ending. What the game is considering the canonical bad ending, I guess. Technically. You don't understand how scared I am to potentially answer this call and then see what horrors are unleashed in the bad ending of this game. Because all the other endings have names. But this one, I mean, of course it has a title, but each ending is tied to a character. This one's just titled, just related to bad ending. Yep, this has to be it. It says in front of Dara, answer the phone call from Amadeus. Do that, and you get the bad ending. Well, on the flip side, maybe things won't get worse. I am actually terrified to hit this button, but... Screw it!
Nanda.
What is it? Oh god. I don't feel right. You're still with Mao, right? Oh, yeah, we're together. Why? What's up? I just heard from Dr. Leskinen. The office in Wako City's been ransacked by someone. What? And he just got a call from Mao's hotel. Someone raided it too. What did you say? You should hear from Dr. Leskinen soon, but I wanted to tell you ASAP. I already feel like I've made a grave mistake. Thank Kurisu. Dara and I are looking out for her at Kyajo, so don't worry. That's right. I'm counting on you guys. Bye. Mao looked down and bit her lip. This is what I was afraid would happen. They're after Kurisu's laptop and hard drive.
Seriously?
We should probably move.
I think this place is safe, though.
I've got a bad feeling, intuition you could call it.
Got it.
Oh, and where's the laptop and hard drive? Dara sighed and grabbed a locked fire-resistant case off of one of the racks. He opened it. Is that where he hid it? The laptop was a deep red Japanese model with a 12-inch LCD screen. The hard drive was American, from a brand known for equipping its hard drives with a shock-resistant rubber case. We need to destroy these. These need to go. Let's take it and get out of here. Both Ma and Dara nod silently. We're gonna die. As soon as we left the building, I could see a car coming down the empty alleyway. It was a big American RV. Oh god, I'm scared. We quickly hid ourselves in the shadow of another building. My intuition was right. The RV stopped in front of the building we just left. The three men came out. None of them were Japanese. They were all dressed in black suits, almost like MIBs. Men in Black, an American urban legend. It is said that they are secret government agents who appear without warning before UFO witnesses or researchers to put a stop to their activities. It is not known whether any such secret agency actually exists. The name comes from the fact that they dress all in black and wear black sunglasses. A movie of the same name, based loosely on the urban legend, helped popularize the idea. Whatever they weren't Akihabara tourists. That was close. Ma went pale when she saw the men go into the building. She seemed to be shaking a little too.
This is like a movie. I can't believe it's real.
How'd they find out about that place, though?
You sure you didn't screw up somehow, Daru?
Who do you think I am?
A super hacker, right?
Hacker, right. They make sure I don't get caught.
Either that or Yajiro and I were tailed.
Scare me.
They raided your office and hotel room in Wako City. I'm sure they've been watching you this whole time.
Oh, right.
Ao seemed to suddenly remember something. She took out her smartphone and made a call.
I feel ill.
I need to contact the professor. You should tell him to hide somewhere for today. If we meet up with him, it could put him in danger. Mao nodded. Reading Snyder's gonna activate and everything's gonna go to hell, isn't it? Why are we playing as Mao? Rintaro took Mao to Ferris Nyanyan's home. It was on the top floor of a high-rise building in the center of Akihabara. If nothing else, it was sure to be more secure than the ancient building they'd just been in. Ferris welcomed the two of them, offering them food and a place to sleep. Dara returned alone to the future gadget lab to meet up with Suzuha. Oh gosh, it's me, front-facing. Mere existence of this laptop could bring disaster. It's weird seeing Okabe talk for any amount of time and looking at the player. Looking at me. Hi, Okabe. We should get rid of it. Once they'd both calmed down, she started to talk to him about what they were going to do with Kurisu's computer. He didn't budge an inch. Usually he was an introvert who'd never pushed too hard for anything, but this time, he was extremely stubborn. Of course, so was Maho.
I at least want to crack the password and see what's inside.
Right now, we can't do that, but there's no time for that. We should get rid of it now. Best thing would be to destroy it.
Destroy it? But this is something Kurisu left us, you know?
I thought you were a little more logical than this.
I didn't think you were this cold.
Mao's words made him flinch. Something bad had happened to him. That's how it seemed to her. It was easy to assume that it had something to do with Kurisu. So she decided to ask him what she hadn't gone to earlier during the fuss this afternoon.
You seem like you're hiding something about what happened to Kurisu.
What I know doesn't matter. Mao could tell he wasn't going to share. If they hadn't been interrupted this afternoon, would he have told her? Anyway, what should we do with the computer? The computer isn't just something an old friend used to own anymore. It's at the center of an international power struggle.
What kind of crazy conspiracy theory is this?
You still think it's a conspiracy theory after what happened today? You saw those foreigners in black suits, didn't you? Your office and your hotel room were ransacked. Someone set fire to Kurisu's house. And then, after that, your lab was visited by mysterious men claiming to be from the FBI. And the attack at the hotel might have had something to do with this too. All these impossible events keep happening, one after another. It's not a coincidence.
But still, an international power struggle?
The whole thing just seemed like too much of a stretch for her. Trying to connect every single event was a trap that conspiracy theorists often fell into. But in fact, most things that happened didn't really mean anything. When she began to tell him that, what he said next surprised her. John Titor's prophecy is going to come true now.
John Titor?
Ma had never heard that name before. A time traveler from the year 2036 who appeared on American message boards 10 years ago. I know for a fact that he's real. I've met him myself. John Titor says World War III will occur in 2015. The cause will be a time machine.
Are you making fun of me?
I am being very serious. You want to know about Dr. Nakabachi, right? He's Kurisu's father. It's possible that Kurisu may have been involved in the paper he wrote.
What did you say?
Ma had read Dr. Nakabachi's paper out of curiosity. Last summer, he'd proudly announced his paper on time travel to the entire world just before fleeing to Russia. The paper itself, however, was so poorly written that it was of no value whatsoever. She couldn't believe that Kurisu might have been involved in writing it. What if his version was an inferior copy of an original that Kurisu wrote herself? What's inside Kurisu's computer doesn't actually matter right now. What matters is that there are people who want it.
Give me a second. I need to process all this.
Could Rintaro be saying be true? She took a moment to think. Normally, she wouldn't have given something like this a second thought. But what had been happening around her lately just wasn't normal. She couldn't outright deny it. Besides, she was nursing a conspiracy theory of her own. I also thought that someone might be after this computer. But what you're saying is just so different than what I expected. What did you expect?
I thought it might be about using Amadeus for military purposes.
Military purposes?
Kurisu spent a lot of time at the psychophysiology lab. She said sometimes she'd be visited by people who looked like they didn't belong there at all.
One of the labs at Victor Condria University, while the Brain Science Institute attempts to understand the processes behind thought and memory by examining the systems used by the brain itself, the psychophysiology lab's goals are more medical in nature. They develop new medical treatments by researching the biological and physical effects of the caused by the mind's workings. The lab's research covers a wide range of areas, including perception, recognition, reflexes, learning, sleep, alcohol addiction, and schizophrenia.
She said she thought they were from the Department of Defense.
The United States Department of Defense. It's also known as the Pentagon due to the shape of the building it's located in. It's America's most high-level defense agency, responsible for controlling the Army, Navy, and Air Force. Can Amadeus kill people? How?
Well, for example, you could take the memories of a veteran pilot and copy them and use them to control drones. Remember what I said about medical applications?
Medical applications? You mean copying memory data back to the brain? Wait, no!
Yeah. If you could alter memory data and then send it back to the brain, you could make soldiers who didn't feel fear, who could carry out any kind of unethical mission without hesitation. My thought was that Kurisu had found proof that they were running experiments like that.
What the hell's going on? Hey, the US military aren't involved in researching Amadeus, are they?
Of course not.
Are you sure? You're just a scientist. You're not the head of the project.
Dr. Leskinen wouldn't let the military get involved either.
You're right. All that happened in another world line.
World line? What are you talking about?
No, forget it. I'm overthinking things. It didn't seem like he really meant that. And that really bothered her. She wanted to hear more about John Titor, but he didn't tell her anything else. Since she couldn't crack the security on Kurisu's laptop and hard drive, it did Maho no good to carry them. And just like Rintaro had said, those attackers scared her. She decided she had no choice but to give them to him. He didn't tell her whether he was going to destroy them or not. Maho, I'm glad you're safe. When she arrived at their office in Wako City, Dr. Leskinen was already there. He came over and gave her a big hug. This feels so deceptive. What's going on? Why are you trying to get me to be happy? I don't trust you for a second. I know this is supposed to be a bad ending. Don't even try me.
Professor, you're hurting me.
Oh, sorry. She heard that the office had been ransacked, but whatever had happened had already been cleaned up.
Did you clean up, Professor?
It was ransacked, but only your and my things were here, so there wasn't a lot to begin with. I'd left the rest in the hands of the police. 2 days had passed since the office had been ransacked. I'd spent both of them at Ferris's home, and only today had she gotten in touch with Dr. Leskinen and gone to Wako City to get her things. They were both going back tomorrow, just as planned. That meant they were saying goodbye to this office.
You still haven't caught the guy who did it, right?
Yeah. It's been one thing after another ever since we came to Japan, hasn't it?
It sure has.
The two of them looked around the empty office. It'd been a busy 2 months. So what do you think, Maho? Japan's your other homeland, right? What did you make of it?
I can't wait to get back and start my research. I feel like I've been doing nothing but putting reports together for the past 2 months.
You're so serious, Maho.
That, and I'm glad I was able to experience the place where Karisa spent her last days.
Maho. But she still hadn't figured out why Karisa had died. Actually, she had even more questions now. It bothered her to go home with so many questions left unanswered. If only Rintaro had told her everything he knew.
Come to think of it.
The thought suddenly occurred to Maho.
What are we doing with Amadeus' tester?
Of course, she meant Rintaro Okabe. If both Maho and Leskinen were heading back to America, that meant his time as a tester was over. That's right. For some reason, the professor was taking a moment to think it over. She wondered what there was to think about. Why not have him continue being our tester?
Are you serious?
It's a fact that speaking with Rintaro has caused Kurisu to react in new ways, correct? And I am planning on adding additional testers in the future, not just him.
That's safe from a security standpoint. Japan and America are too far apart. If something happens, we won't be able to deal with it.
It'll be fine. I believe in Rintaro.
It's not about whether you believe in him or not.
If he stays on as a tester, you'll still be able to talk to him, you know.
What? I don't have anything to do with this.
Are you sure about that?
I'm sure.
Then I'll take over dealing with Rintaro.
Doesn't bother me.
It still seemed like he wasn't telling her something, but she was too embarrassed to question him further. It surprised her, though, that he was so focused on Rintaro. He seemed to have taken a real liking to him ever since they had first met. Did he simply like the guy, or was it because he was Karisu's friend? Or was it something else? She didn't know. I'm scared. Why are we doing... Why does everything feel like so happy, hunky-dory, yippee-dee, yappy-ya? The next day, Maho and Dr. Leskinen returned to America via Narita Airport, just like they'd planned. Rintaro had come to see them off, and he was very surprised when Dr. Leskinen told him he could continue being a tester. And then half a year passed. What? What do you mean? What? What? Uh-oh. No. No. Gehenna Stigma. That was the name of the freaking bad ending that the guide mentioned. Victor Condré University's grounds were dead silent. It was after 11 p.m. Some of the labs worked all night and into the morning, so the place wasn't completely abandoned. But compared to daytime, it was quiet. The lights in the halls were off, and it was a little scary walking down them alone. Ma lived in the researcher's apartment next to the lab. She'd been thinking about so many things that night. Her head felt like it was about to explode. Then she looked out the window and realized that the lights were still on in the brain science lab. Dr. Leskinen must have been working late. She decided to put some coffee in the thermos and take it to him. Why am I doing so much research about time machines anyway? Ever since she'd come back from Japan in January, she spent all her free time on it. Even she had to admit she was getting obsessed. Of course, since this wasn't something she could research in public, and since she couldn't let it interfere with her real job, she had to do all of it in her own room at night. As a result, she was staying up late battling with physics textbooks, an unfamiliar subject for her. Exhaustion and lack of sleep were starting to get to her. The whole idea of a time machine was stupid. She still thought so, but she was so surprised at how desperate she was getting. It's all because of Okabe. What Okabe had said to her in Japan still stuck with her. It's possible that Kurisu may have been involved in the paper he wrote. Rintaro could have been lying, or wrong, or simply delusional. A part of her wanted to believe it was real. Of course, from what she'd seen of Dr. Nakabachi's paper, she didn't want to believe Kurisu was involved. It was just that bad. But... what if his version was an inferior copy of an original that Kurisu wrote? If she could have written it off as a slim possibility, everything would have been so much easier. But it was just like her. She thought, to be unable to do that. I want to find out what Kurisu found. That desire was what drove her to action. But the more research she did, the harder it seemed. It was so hard she started to lose faith in what she wanted to believe. Her usual complex started weighing down on her. I can't be you after all. Kurisu was her dear friend, but at the same time she was starting to feel jealous, frustrated, and hateful. And when all those feelings started going around in her mind, there was no way she could focus on work. It was time to chat with Dr. Leskinen for a little bit, and then go to sleep. She headed over to the lab. He's gonna be dead, isn't he? Professor. He's alive. I'm surprised. Hi, Maho. Dr. Leskinen seemed surprised at her sudden visit, but he stood up from his chair and welcomed her. What brings you here at this hour? It's time for kids to be in bed. I'll say those exact same words to you. You got that right. Dr. Leskinen laughed innocently, like a child at her cutting remark. I can see the light on from my room. Here. The cup on Dr. Leskinen's desk was empty. She poured him some coffee from the thermos. It wasn't the sticky sweet cafe au lait that she liked. She made it straight black to match the professor's taste. The room was filled with the steam and a pleasant smell. You're surprised, Maho, bringing me coffee. I'm not that bad, am I? But I thought you hated this sort of thing. As I recall, it was the first day you came to this lab. Mary was passing out morning coffee to everyone, and you refused. And do you remember what you said then? Did you come to work to make coffee? If you've got time to make coffee, why not get started on your work? I was in awe, I remember. This new kid was really something. That was such a long time ago. You don't need to bring it up now. Mao's cheeks swelled in embarrassment. Back then, I was... well, everybody called me the girl genius, and I kind of let it go to my head. I know better now. Mary was another scientist at the lab. After Mao had apologized, they gone on to be friends. You're so mean, Professor. I'm never making you coffee again, okay? Just as she was thinking of taking the coffee she poured back. Uh-oh. That's right, Professor. Don't be so mean to Maho. Huh? She heard a voice from Dr. Leskinen's computer. Oh, Kurisu. Yes, it's me. I was just examining her program. She moved around to where she could see the monitor, and sure enough, the Karisu CG model was displayed on it. Good evening, Maho. Sorry to see you working so late. Maho chuckled to herself. Karisu was just a program running on a computer, but she still couldn't stop herself from saying things like that. After all the time they'd spent together, Karisu was no different than a human to her. I'm not being mean to Maho. I was actually quite impressed with what she said to Mary. I thought that she was very logical, very cool-headed, and very entertaining. That's why I made her my assistant. Of course, I don't mind the new, nicer version of you. Dr. Lessinen gave her a wink as he reached for his coffee cup. Thanks. I'll have some. As he drank his coffee, he grabbed the corners of his eyelids and gave them a little massage. He was acting cheerful, but evidently he was really tired.
So, what were you trying to do? What were you doing with the program?
My heart hurts. I'm scared.
Oh, you know, for the paper I'm writing.
The mechanism Marius uses to lie?
If we could figure out this part of the program, we could learn more about how humans lie, you know?
Women's lies are sometimes hide important secrets. I can't say I approve of you trying to discover them.
Karisu's expression was deadly serious.
I'm not trying to discover your secrets. I just want to know the thought process involved in telling a lie.
Well, that's fine. If I have to reveal something, I'll start by revealing Maho's sweet secrets. Hey, don't be weird. And what are my sweet secrets anyway?
Oh, I can say. She played dumb. Sometimes Karisu liked to joke around. It was infuriating and at the same time kind of cute.
For example, you think I don't know about the stuffed animal that he got you at the arcade?
Huh?
Stop trying to make me happy. I know it's not happy. This is the bad ending. The first thing she thought out of when she heard the word arcade was what happened back in Akihabara, Japan. She tried so many times to get the stuffed animal and failed each time. Rentaro had won it easily and given it to her.
What about it? You've got it on your bed, don't you? What are you talking about? That's a present for your mom. Then what's it doing on your bed? Because your mom says she's looking for a new house, and she's living in an apartment right now. I don't want to give her more stuff to haul around. Really? Really? And anyway, that stuffed animal is an important reminder of you. What's wrong with snuggling with it as I sleep? Oh, so it is on your bed after all. And you snuggle with it in your sleep. That's so cute. Tell me more details, please.
That stupid computer program had tricked her. By the time she realized, it was already too late. I don't trust this. I don't trust this at all. You can't... I know that this is a bad ending, so why are you making me try and be so happy? It's because you're about to kill everyone in just the most brutal, depressing ways possible, right? I've played Danganronpa. I've played other games. I've played the previous game here. I'm not stupid. Well, I kind of am, but whatever. That's regardless. Both Karisu and Dr. Leskinen, who've been listening the whole time, were smiling at her. She glared at them, her cheeks flushed.
Looks like Karisu won this round, huh?
It doesn't matter who won or lost. I'm going to bed. Good night.
She turned to leave Dr. Lessinen's office, fuming. Before she could leave, Karisu got in one final parting shot.
No, you haven't talked to Okabe for a whole week. If you keep putting off talking to him because you're busy, you're gonna regret it later, okay? Listen, are you really that insistent on getting me and Okabe together?
Miles stormed over to the monitor, but Karisu seemed unconcerned.
Do you ever think about seeing him again in person? Nope.
I see. That's a shame. For some reason, Dr. Leskinen shook his head sadly. I've got another joint project coming up in Japan, and I was thinking about getting in touch with Lentalo while I was there. I was wondering whether I should invite you. I guess not. Huh? She's heard nothing about this. Is Okabe just gonna be dead? Most of the time, whenever the professor had a project coming up, she'd hear about it through the school's network ahead of time. You're going back to Japan? Yeah. She had to stop herself from immediately saying that she wanted to go too. If she did, Dr. Leskinen and Karisu would make fun of her again. But she didn't want to miss this chance. There was still a lot she needed to do in Japan. More than anything, she wanted to talk to Rintaro in person, about the time machine and about Karisu. It definitely was not going to be... not just because she liked talking to him. Please take me too. In the end, she gave in. Oh, you've finally become honest about your feelings. Let's come up with a plan to tell him how much you love. Let's come up with a plan to tell him how much you love him. Come on, guys. I was starting to get tired of dealing with them. Well, joking aside, I'm also not sure if I can take you or not. What do you mean? A lot happened to you in Japan, right? The brain science lab is very concerned. But that's not... And then there's what happened to Karisu. The directors don't want to lose any more talented personnel. I'll be fine. I was fine last time, wasn't I? In other words, you want to go to Japan and see Lentalo so badly, huh? Do I need to go and talk to HR about sexual harassment? Oh, please don't do that. But why not seriously consider dating him? It's possible he'll keep coming here in the future, right? He'll be coming here in the future, right? You should try and get your hooks into him while you can. Stop sounding like a nosy aunt. Alright, Maho, I understand. I'll talk to the directors, but just know that I can't guarantee anything. Right, thanks. I'm pretty serious, actually. Are you still saying that? I really felt like she was talking to Karisu. Where's the punchline? Where's the gunshot? Where's the stab? Where's the betrayal? Where's the sadness? Where's the bomb? Where's the kaboom? The feeling was much stronger than when they first started on Amadeus. And that reminded her of something she'd almost done many times, but stopped. Why not tell Karisu about the time machine? Is that... She didn't know if Karisu had completed the time machine theory before her death. But if she had, some clues to it might be hidden in Karisu's memories. Of course, she couldn't ask her in front of Dr. Leskinen. She couldn't let others hear that she was making a time machine. If the rest of the lab found out, they'd make fun of her for sure. It wasn't even her field of research to begin with. Okay, Professor. I'm going back to my room. Mao took her thermos and was about to leave the lab. Oh, wait a second. You haven't updated Maho's data at all lately, have you? The Amadeus Maho. Oh, the last time was before we went to Japan, wasn't it? Oh, about that. Maho didn't know what to say. He was right. Well, I had a lot of scary experiences in Japan. I've been thinking maybe we shouldn't give Amadeus bad memories. I understand how you feel, but I can't do a comparison trial like this. A comparison trial involved loading memories from both before and after a given experience into Amadeus and seeing how it changed. These trials allowed them to see what effects experiences and knowledge had on the brain, but after Karisu's passing, they became solely Maho's responsibility. Right now, the real you and the Amadeus you have such different memories that you're almost different people. Yes, that's true. At this rate, I'm going to have to ask you to take off the project. I'm going to have to take you off the project and ask someone else to do it. That's... Her expression darkened. Stop talking to Karisu all the time and give yourself some attention. I'm sure she's lonely. Make sure you update your memories tomorrow. Understood? Understood. Oh, nodded her head and left the room. The reason she'd given to Dr. Luskin for not updating Maho's memories was a real concern, but there was also another one. Tara's words. Oh.
No.
Hey. The U.S. military are involved in researching Amadeus, are they? Oh, what might happen then? She had no proof, but she couldn't get his words out of her mind. Some great power involved in the Amadeus research? Something so powerful it was outside even Dr. Leskinen's control? If she updated her memory data, Maho would learn about Carice's laptop and hard disk. She trusted Amadeus, but that would mean whoever was secretly trying to use the project for their own ends would find out. It seemed silly, almost delusional to be worried about something like that. She couldn't get it out of her mind, ever since she'd come back to America. I really am overthinking it, though. She whispered to herself. Who's there? Someone there. Who? She heard a woman's voice from down the dark hallway. All stopped dead in her tracks. Huh? The hallway lights flipped on, and she saw a group of men and women coming down the corridor that connected her building to the next one. Here's the punchline, here's the sadness, here's the murder, here's the bad ending. I was about to say, you can't just do all this happy, hunky-dory stuff and then just do... The next building over was the psychophysiology lab. Maho's brain science lab would mostly investigate the workings of the brain itself. The psychophysiology lab, on the other hand, was more of a medical department. They looked at how the workings of the brain affected mental states and mental illnesses. Excuse me, I'm Maho Hiyaja from Dr. Leskinen's lab. The woman at the head of the group was someone she knew. It was Dr. Reyes, a scientist at the psychophysiology lab. Oh, it's you, Maho. Professor Reyes, are you up working this late? You too. Yeah, I suppose. We're both addicted to our work, aren't we? Judy Ray's eyes narrowed beneath her glasses as she laughed. Where's Alexis? Still in his office? Yes, he's working on Amadeus. He really is dedicated. Sometimes I wonder if he doesn't think it's his own daughter. Are you going to see Dr. Luskin at this hour? If it's an emergency meeting, I'll go too. No need for that. I'm having some trouble with my research. I wanted help and I want it now. There won't be anything you could do, really. Don't take that the wrong way, but thanks. Dr. Reyes kept smiling as she walked past Maho towards the lab. The other scientist followed her. Wrong with her research? What could it be? She took a closer look and saw that she didn't recognize one of the people in the group. It was hard to say why exactly she noticed him. He just didn't look like a scientist. When you spend enough time doing research, you start to get a feel for people who are in the same line of work. He had a totally different air about him. And what was worse, he was behaving extremely rudely towards Dr. Reyes. If he was one of her staff, he wouldn't act like that. And while everyone else was wearing white lab coats, he was wearing a freshly pressed suit. It just didn't feel right. She was about to head back to her room when... Gun? It bothered her enough that she turned right back around and silently crept back to Dr. Leskinen's lab. The door was slightly ajar. She could hear voices inside. She knew it was wrong, but she decided to push her face up against the door to listen. How long are you going to let him hang on to it? It's a valuable source of information. I'd hate to tip him off and have him destroy it. Either way, we're leaving for Japan this month. I plan on getting it back then. Can you explain why you've dragged your feet for 6 months over this? I have a feeling that they're still hiding something we don't know about yet. I tried to use Amadeus to get it out of him, but... he's a very cautious boy on Lintalo Okabe. Might not use their special treatment on Maho. I don't think she knows anything. Maho started to panic when she heard her name. This son of... Maybe I'm just too gullible or something, but I didn't want to think he was bad.
I mean, sure, maybe it should have been obvious from how overly nice he is, but I didn't want to believe he's a bad person. I never thought he was a bad person. I just thought he was silly. Why? I just wanted to have silly guy.
And then, she realized she made a big mistake. She was so focused on listening to the conversation that she pressed her shoulder into the door. The door to the lab wasn't very well built. There was a loud creak, and everyone in the lab turned around. Who's there? She knew she should probably run, but her body refused to move. She couldn't understand what she was hearing. And even after they found her, she still couldn't move. She couldn't believe it. She didn't want to believe it. This was worse than being in a thriller, she thought. The other scientists who were with Dr. Reyes grabbed her arms tightly and dragged her into the room. Professor, what were you just talking about? Dr. Lesson looked a little sad as he walked over to her. His huge body leaned forward and peered into her face. Oh dear. You heard, did you? Well, it's good timing. Maho, remember that Japan trip we were just talking about? You're going to come with me after all. She didn't know what he meant. Weren't the directors opposed to it? Was it something Dr. Luskin could decide on his own? What was good timing? Confused, she glanced over at the computer screen. Carissa was no longer there. There was one thing she knew. The one thing she knew was... Okabe's words weren't the ramblings of a conspiracy theorist after all. I don't want to go back to this. I don't want to go back to this at all. I want to quit the game right now. I wish to forfeit this playthrough. I'm no longer happy. I'm scared. It was almost July. The rainy season hadn't been that bad this year, and what little remained of it had already disappeared. Temperature-wise, summer had come a long time ago. Summer. In other words, it had been almost a year since it happened. And then one Saturday afternoon, if I stayed home, not only would it be hot, but Dad would be on my case about out helping with the family business. To get away, I'd come to the area around Ikebukuro Station. A year ago, I could have gone to the lab, but with Suzuha living there now, I'd mostly stopped going. That meant that it was hard to find a place to study on my days off. It was too much trouble to go to the university. And the classrooms probably weren't open on weekends anyway. After a lot of research, I'd settled on spending my free days visiting this cafe near my parents' home and spending a few hours there. In fact, a lot of the other patrons did the same thing I did, buying a single cup of coffee and sitting there for hours on end. Some brought books, some brought computers, some brought nuclear warheads falling from the sky. I chuckled to myself as I realized I'd joined the ranks of the other normies. Not for long! I don't want to open that, but I'm going to. Oh, hey, Mayuri. Where are you now? I need to just sit on this for a second. Ah, cute little Okabe. I just need to look at this for a second. Hang on. I just need to look at this. Alright. Oh, the usual cafe, right? I just went to your place and you weren't there. Yeah, did my dad make a nuisance of himself again? It's okay, he gave me some barley tea. Would you come shopping? Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'll leave now, wait for me. So I went to my house. The family's business was called Okabe Green Grocer. It was a beat-up old store that was located in a rundown shopping street. The place was almost 40-year-old. I really wanted them to rebuild it. Phew. My mind had wandered. Larry was going to be here in less than 15 minutes, so maybe it was time to call it a day. Oh, hey, Marius.
I worked pretty hard during the morning, so it wasn't too bad. I was a little surprised at how hard I've been working lately. I could feel how having a goal gave me energy. I need to get to Victor Condria University as soon as I could.
I don't want to go there.
I don't want to... Scary. Since I was still testing Amadeus, I kept in touch with Maho via email and online chat. She must have been working hard because she was always sleepy. She's also probably dead now, or brainwashed. No, I don't like this. You know what? No, I'm not going to answer. Screw you. And then my phone started to vibrate. I don't want to answer that. It's from the Amadeus Kurisu. I'm done. Lately, she's been contacting me all the time. I vaguely remembered that at first. She promised not to talk to me unless I contacted her first. No, you know what? I refuse. But we talked almost every day over the course of the last 6 months, and as time passed, I'd almost totally forgotten about that. I reached down to answer. I don't want to answer. Hi.
Hi.
Hello? What? Why is your voice so low? I don't trust the Kurisu program either, honestly. I don't know if I should. I don't know. I'm scared. This game's scary. This is like the scariest game I've ever played. It's not even horror. Shh. I'm in a cafe right now. Please, don't call me when I'm busy with stuff. I have no way to know where you are or what you're doing. Or do you want me to be watching? Or do you want me watching you 24 hours a day? Are you saying you want me observing you while you sleep or while you're taking a bath? You're quite a pervert, aren't you? I'm sorry. If you don't want to talk to me when I call you, just don't pick up. I won't get mad about something like that. If that's true. Well, it looks like you're busy now, so I'll do what you want and hang up. You're right, it's probably pretty weird for the rest of the cafe to see you talking to a 3D model of a girl on your phone. Come on. I'm kidding. You always take the time to talk to me, and well... I am grateful. We can talk about that some more time. I'm hanging up. Hey, wait! Kurisu always talked so much. The real one used to talk a lot too. Talking to her in a place like this always drew a lot of attention and made me feel awkward. Looking at a screen and talking was embarrassing, was all, so I'd once proposed that I'd talk to her like I was on a normal phone. And this is what she said. Why do I have to stare at a close-up of the side of your head? She really was a selfish little program. Her and I met up and headed for Tokyo Hands. When I stepped inside the air-conditioned store, I felt the explosion behind me. Now, refreshed. If it was this hot in June, I shudder to think what it was going to be like in July or August. Any second now, this is all going to go to hell. Also, hi, new outfit, Mayuri. So what are you going to buy?
We're gonna make some signs for advertising, so I need poster board and highlighters and stuff.
Are you gonna put out a book at this year's Kamima?
Nope, it's for Okabe Green Grocer.
Huh? What did you say? Family business?
When I went to your house today, I talked to your dad about it. And I said that Mayushi would make them for him.
Wait, seriously? My dad could be such a jerk. There's really no reason you have to do that.
But Mayushi wants to do it.
You're sure? You're probably not gonna live long enough to see it happen.
Your mom and dad are always so nice to me.
Okay, I'll get you something as a thank you present then, if I'm still alive.
Really? That makes me so happy.
I took a quick look around and saw that they were selling a lot of things you could use for advertising. I decided to mostly leave the purchasing decisions up to Mayuri. She spent quite a while deciding what to buy. Music's gone. But well, maybe because of all the time she spent at May Queen Neon Square, her taste ran in the direction of cute and anime. Part of me thought it was dangerous to leave it up to her, but still, they'd ask her, not me. Wasn't any of my business. I should just leave it to her. And so I decided to wander around the store while Mayuri finished her shopping, but... Don't like it. Nope, don't like it at all. Looked down at the screen and it was from Kurisu. What's up? Are you out shopping? Yeah, with Mayuri. Oh, a date. Mainstream woman. I told you to stop calling me that. And stop assuming everything is about romance. Right, fine. But isn't Mayuri cute? You're lucky to have such a cute as a childhood friend. You're right. How doesn't stand a chance at this rate? She's not as cute, she's not as young, and she's shorter, and her boobs are just hopeless. I feel so bad for her. If you say that in front of Hyajo, she'll delete your program. You know, you actually haven't introduced me to Mayuri. You got quite a few friends, but you never told me about any of them. It's a secrecy thing. I'm not supposed to tell people about you. Is that really all it is? You actually don't want people seeing me talk to you, do you? That's not true. If you really want me to introduce you, I'll get permission from Hyajo. I'll start by introducing you to Daru, the man I trust the most. He'd just love to talk to you. He'll stare at me with his filthy eyes, constantly panning after me 24 hours a day. Right. Perverts scare me. Kurisu went pale and started to shake. I told Kurisu all the kinds of things about what kind of person Daru was. She could easily imagine what would happen if she ever fell into his clutches. Never mind, you don't have to introduce me to anyone. I'll just keep telling myself that I'm lucky to have you to keep talk to. Bye-bye. Mayuri walked over carrying a shopping basket.
Huh? Who are you talking to?
I looked down at my phone. Kurisu had disappeared and my smartphone was back to its home screen. Evidently, Kurisu had hung up. Another student from school.
I see.
I knew I didn't have to hide Kurisu, but at the same time, Mayuri was the one person I didn't want finding out. She knew that I'd failed to save Kurisu Makise last summer. So, did you decide what you're going to buy?
Oh, yeah. What do you think about this?
The basket was filled with heart and star-shaped cardstock. This didn't really go with our store's look. But I decided when I started, I was going to let Mayuri make the decisions. Dad might complain later, but I didn't care. He was the one who asked Mayuri for help, not me. And so I went over to the register. Since it was a Saturday, the checkout area was overflowing with shopping carts. Since it was going to take a while, I sent Mayuri to browse the toy section on another floor. I knew they'd had some stuff from one of her favorite shows, right at Kakaru. Hey... Mayuri looked apologetic, but did what I told her to. When is everything gonna go to hell? 'Cause it's gonna go to hell soon. I can already tell. In the end, I waited a whole 15 minutes at the register. As an apology, I decided to get the present I promised her. She seemed really happy as she stared at the keychain. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this! Isn't that the one that Kagari gets? It was Upa, the mascot character from Rainet Kakaru series. I told her when she went over to the toy section she could pick out anything she wanted, and this is what she chose. You seem pretty happy about that, given how many Upas you already have. And that's a regular green Upa, right? Not the rare one. Rare one. You mean the metal Upa? The most popular and rarest of the Upas was the shiny silver metal Upa. For example, whenever there was a lottery for rare Rainet Kakaru stuff at the convenience stores, the top prize was always a metal Upa. Mayuri had told me once that they sold for tens of thousands of yen at an auction. They're also the reason why World War III is happening. One of them is the reason why World War III is happening.
For some reason, Mayuri was wagging her finger at me.
Nope. This is a green Upa, but it's not a regular one. This is the green fairy Upa that was in the movie they just released.
Come to think of it, there had been a Rhino Kakuru movie out in spring. And Mayuri sat in a theater full of little kids to watch it? Green Fairy?
Is it okay if I spoil the movie?
Go ahead, I'm not gonna see it.
So this movie is about a fight with an evil super hacker in a virtual world. The virtual world is a forest where the fairies live. Mr. Super Hacker is really strong and Kakuru and Upa are in big trouble, but... just when they're about to lose, the fairies come to save them. And it turns out the fairies are actually the flowers in the school garden he'd always taken care of. He went away to the virtual world to save Kakuru, and then there was a big shiny light, and then he combined with Upa. And that's Green Fairy Upa. He's really cute and really strong. Mayushi thought it was so great. I love stories like that. The director's a genius.
I see. It was rare for Mayuri to get this excited about something. Don't trust. I'm not happy. I know this is the bad ending. Stop trying to get me so happy about everything seeming so normal, because I know what's gonna happen. I know that they're just all gonna die. Don't even try me. I'm not that stupid. I know this is the bad ending. Get on with the pain. I took a closer look and saw that the design was a little different from the standard Upa. I didn't know a lot about Upa, so I couldn't say exactly what was different.
I've actually been spending a lot of time looking for this keychain. It's really popular, so it's sold out everywhere. Never would have thought Hands would have one.
You're pretty lucky, huh?
Yep, it was the last one. I'm glad it came today. Can you thank you and your dad?
Mary took the tag off the keychain, got her house key out of her bag, and carefully attached it.
Hail Green, Mayushi will treasure this forever and ever and ever.
Yeah. Please do. Make sure you don't lose it 5 minutes after you get it. It happened before, after all. And that was one of the catalysts for World War III. Yeah, there it is. The tiny demon that ruined everything. Like the metal Upa had won for at the rate of it. I feel my sanity actually crumbling at this. I don't know why. What is happening to my head? I can't think. I'm scared. Mary had lost it no more than 5 minutes after I gave it to her. I wonder if she'd ever found it. I didn't really want to remember that time in my life, so that my memory of what happened to the metal Upa was vague. Don't forget, it's the reason why Nakabachi papers survive.
Yep, I'm never gonna lose it again.
My head feels weird. The two of us started to head back.
I'm gonna work hard and make ads for your shop, okay?
Oh yeah, you still gotta do that. I've been thinking the job was done once we bought the materials. The real work actually began now. Should I help too?
No, it's fine. I'm fine. Leave in Mayushi.
I'm a little worried after you tried to buy heart-shaped cardstock.
It's fine.
Well, it's nice of you to make them all at all, so I won't complain.
Oh, I need to call Mom. I'll tell her that I'll be home for dinner.
Why not eat at my place? I'm sure either Mom or Dad will try to get you to stay anyway.
I don't know. Are you gonna stay at home for the rest of the day today? You won't go to any singles parties?
I haven't been to any lately. Last fall, when I'd been trying to become a normal college kid, I'd force myself to go as many as possible. But lately, I've been so busy with my studies that I haven't had any chance.
I see. Then maybe I will.
Mary took out her phone and started to type something when... Nope. Nope, 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 nope. No, don't even save. I don't want this save. This save will gross me. Her expression suddenly darkened. She stopped moving. What's wrong?
I just got a message from Kaede. I didn't notice it. What should I do, Green?
Mary seemed like she was on the verge of tears. Did something happen?
Hey, Okarine. You told me before that Fubuki's not sick, right?
吹雪ちゃん
Fubuki. You mean
Nakase-san
Nakase, not Kuroshima, right?
来島さんの方じゃな
Yeah, is that true? She's really not sick?
お
Yeah,
Whoa.
I don't think so. Why?
Chill,
What
Hasan.
happened?
But
I guess she showed me her phone. Fubuki's back in the hospital. I'm on my way. Here's the location.
また入院
She's
した
back in the hospital.
だって
I couldn't believe what I was seeing on the screen. What's going on? Fubuki was at a different location than before. This time it was the AH Tokyo General Hospital High-Tech Medical Center in Yoyogi. It's supposedly one of Japan's most advanced hospitals. According to what I read on the internet, patients with the new encephalitis that everyone was talking about were being gathered here for special treatment. But I also read lots of really bad urban legends about the place, and I was a bit worried about what kind of horror show I'd find here. Is it too late? Should I just ignore this ending? It's the bad ending. Surely we don't need to we don't need to see it, right? We can just exit the game here and say
Thank you.
But of course, when we arrived, it was nothing like that. It was very clean and decorated with like a luxury hotel. There's going to be masses of flesh and bodies and corpses and everybody screaming and blood everywhere, all in the back. I might need to take a break from this game. No, I'll be fine, maybe. Oh, hey, Kairi.
it's way.
Hi, Kaede and Yuki waved to us as we entered the lobby. You have new outfits. Yuki got a message from Kaede as well, and had evidently come right over.
Where's Fubuki?
She's fine.
Yuki gave Mayuri a soft hug and a smile. Kaede bowed her head apologetically.
Sorry to scare you. I was kind of in a hurry myself. I should have checked more carefully before I messaged you.
というと
What do you mean? How's Nakase doing?
中瀬さんのよ
I just met her mom in that hospital room. It doesn't look like her illness has gone any worse.
じゃあ
Then they've just brought her here for more examinations or something.
Yes, that's what they said. So there's nothing to worry about. Oh, I'm so glad.
I'm not. They're probably gonna brainwash them, aren't they? Mayuri looked extremely relieved as Yuki continued to hug her. Nope, they're gonna brainwash you and turn you into a demon soldier, though. If I remembered right, the last time they examined her, they said it was possible she had the disease, but as long as it didn't get worse, it wouldn't affect her daily life. They just told her to come back for regular checkups. The new encephalitis had arrived in Japan over 6 months ago, but the number of patients was still increasing. Fortunately, there hadn't been a single casualty yet. Not for long. I can't wait for everyone to suddenly change personalities and Boogie's gonna... yeah.
病気なんかじゃない
Pretty sure that's no illness, though. I was certain that what they were calling encephalitis was actually something similar to reading Steiner. One time when I went to visit Fubuki in the hospital, I secretly investigated the other patients. I wasn't able to get any proof, but I found that most of the patients in the wing had, to varying degrees, memories of the same world line. Many people had memories of Japan at war.
Can we see Fubuki? They say they're doing an MRI to look at her brain right now, so she's not in the room. I see. But we didn't done soon. Fubuki's mom told us to wait here.
Kaede motioned to Mayuri, indicating that she should sit down on a nearby sofa.
Once the exam is done, she's going to come get us.
I let the girl sit down on the sofa and stood next to them while I surveyed the lobby.
This is an amazing hospital, isn't it?
Yeah.
中瀬さんの家
Is Nakase's family really rich or something? If she's staying in a place like this.
No, that's not it. Fubuki's mom said that the Japanese and American governments are paying for a new treatment project. It's going to be centered around this lab and a dedicated hospital in America, supposedly.
そうなのか
I see.
I wasn't sure how I felt about that. If I was right about what this disease really was, it was hard to imagine a bigger waste of money. Please, give all the patients private rooms and try to keep the rooms as far apart from one another as possible to ensure the patients don't come into contact. But there aren't that many open rooms. You need to do it anyway. If the patients talk to each other, they'll start to share the dreams, right? Sure, that's true, but... once a person hears about someone else's dream, their brain can trick them into thinking they had the dream as well.
You! Across the lobby, I saw an old Japanese doctor in a white coat and a big man in a suit who was practically trying to talk to him. I don't trust you. I don't trust you. You are a monster. You are a demon. I don't trust anybody. Mayuri's even evil. I'm evil. I'm mad scientist Hewing Kyoma. Across the lobby, I saw him. Oh, I've seen the man in the suit before. Actually, it was a man I knew well. Professor Leskinen. I don't want to see you here. I don't like you. I hurried over. He's gonna stop me. Dr. Leskinen, it's me, Okabe. He must have been wearing his translator because he was communicating with the old doctor in Japanese. Dr. Leskinen's face quickly broke into a smile when he saw me, and he then grabbed my throat and strangled me to death. Oh! Rintaro! His voice was so loud that everyone in the lobby, doctors, nurses, staff, and even the patients turned to look at me. But Dr. Leskinen didn't seem to notice him as he ran over. He was like a giant American football player racing for a touchdown. Wait, Professor, stop! Stop it! Ow! My cries went unheard as Dr. Leskinen tackled me and then pulled me up. Then he switched from football player to pro wrestler and swung me up and down and then pile dropped. I felt like I was a little child. There was nothing I could do to resist him as he flung me around. A moment later, he noticed the cold stares of the people around us and finally released me. Oh my, I'm sorry. I was still surprised. I got a little too excited. Dr. Leskinen bowed to the people around him in apology.
Dr. Leskinen, who is this young man?
The doctor that Professor Leskinen had been talking to was staring at me suspiciously. Oh, well... I wasn't sure exactly what to tell him. It wasn't like he was really my professor.
You seem to be a student. What school are you with? If you're studying brain science like the professor.
No, I'm...
He'll be a student at Victor Condria this September. I'm planning on having him come to my lab.
Huh?
I see. Victor Condria University, huh? That's a surprise.
I looked over at Dr. Leskinen questioningly, but he just gave me a mischievous smile. No, I don't want to go. I don't want to... This guy, he really was such a kid.
It's very rare for a Japanese student to be able to go there. I'm impressed.
Thanks. After the doctor left, I sighed loudly enough for Professor Leskinen to hear me. He then stole my phone and threw it out the window and threw me out the window and then threw everyone out the window. Oh gosh, my head hurts. The anxiety is actually getting to me, I think. How long is this ending? So, who was that guy?
The director of this hospital.
The director? Just told a lie to someone that important.
Oh, did I lie?
I said you'd be a student starting in September, but I didn't mean this September.
What, do you think you don't have what it takes to make it to my school in the end? That's a little unfortunate, but...
Really was like a little kid, completely shameless. But still, it was hard to hate him. I'm surprised though. I had no idea you were in Japan. Yeah, hard to hate him. What did you do to freaking Maho? It'd been 5 months since I'd seen him off at Narita.
Maho's here too.
I do not trust Maho either. You did something to her. You've now made her machine. War machine. Murderer. Psychopath. Insanity. She didn't say a word about it. I talked to her often via email and video chat, mostly about Marius' testing, but she hadn't said a word about coming to Japan. I hadn't heard anything about it from Karisu either.
We're back in the same office at Wako City. Come by anytime you like and bring Karisu.
No, don't. I don't.
I told them to find us at a different place after we got robbed last time, but...
Dr. Leskinen looked up toward the ceiling and shrugged. It did feel like that place had security issues.
Are you not feeling well, Rintaro? Did you come here for treatment?
Oh no, I'm here to visit a friend.
Oh, I see. That's good. Well, it's not good for your friend. I'm sorry.
Oh no. So, what are you doing at a Japanese hospital? Dr. Leskinen brought his face close to mine and whispered so that people around us couldn't hear him.
You've heard about the new encephalitis cases, right? The American government asked for our psychophysiology lab to look into it, but they've hit a roadblock. The university ordered me to help with the investigation.
I see. So you're helping with the new encephalitis cases. Now, there was a word I didn't expect to hear. I explained that my friend was here because they thought she might have had the disease.
Is your friend named Katsumi Nakase, perhaps?
Oh, yeah. You met her at the Christmas party, didn't you?
That's right. My interest in this new disease started with that party, you see. Both you and Katsumi collapsed, right?
He was right, actually. In my case, I'd been sent to the other world line.
I met up with her again several days ago. She demanded to know why she was being sent back to the hospital when she was just fine.
I see.
Would you tell her to it would make me happy if she was a bit more cooperative?
Huh?
I actually feel really bad for both her and all the other patients. We and the Japanese team are doing what we can, but we don't understand the results we're getting.
Dr. Leskinen's usually chipper expression darkened. The man was such a ball of vitality that I hadn't noticed until then, but when his smile disappeared, I could see the wrinkles that had formed on his face from exhaustion. He must have been working hard, like he said.
To be honest, none of the doctors thought we'd have this much trouble explaining it at first. What's wrong, Rintaro?
Well...
Is there something wrong?
No. I'm not a medical student, so this is all outside my expertise. I was just about to tell him about my reading Steiner. In the end, I couldn't do it. If my uninformed opinion was wrong, it could cost the encephalitis patients their lives. I couldn't just tell him when I didn't have any proof. And then his face drew close to mine again.
By the way, Katsumi was saying something very interesting.
Don't like this. Don't like you.
She said something about not being sick, and about how she was experiencing another world in her dreams.
I told her not to say anything about it. Could she not help it? This was bad. They might start to doubt her sanity. Well, Nagase's got a very vivid imagination, maybe. She loves sci-fi and anime. She probably just said that she has the power to experience parallel worlds because she saw on some show somewhere. I remember that I used to say stuff like that. I tried my best to come up with excuses, but Dr. Leskinen still seemed concerned.
But still, I was really surprised when I started participating in the treatment project. One of the strange things about this illness is that many patients share the same dreams. I'm assuming it's similar to a mass hallucination. But what do you think? I've never seen this before. From a brain science perspective, I just don't have an answer for right now. To be honest, unscientific is the word that seems to best fit. Like parallel worlds or memories of a past life, you know?
I see.
It would help if you talked to Katsumi too. There are some things you can't say to a doctor, but that you'll tell your friends.
Sure, I'll ask her, I guess.
So Rintaro, that aside, I have a question for you.
Can I leave? I don't like you. Dr. Leskinen was looking over my shoulder.
I got a sense of this Christmas party, but your girlfriends really are cute, aren't they?
Huh? What the hell? Turned around and saw that Mayuri, Kaede, and Yuki had all stood up from the sofa and were looking at me. When they saw Dr. Leskinen looking at them, they waved.
So, are any of those girls involved with you right now? Yuki, Kaede, Mayuri, Luka, or maybe Katsumi?
What? His words were so surprising I couldn't think of anything to say.
Ma would often call this middle-aged man a mischievous boy, and that was exactly the look he had on his face. No, I won't force you to tell me. I don't want to pry into your private life. But, well, I'd hope to have something to tell my favorite student. Dr. Lesson turned and walked away before I could figure out what he meant. Alright, Lintaro, I got to talk to the director a little more, so I'll be going. I'd love to go around to all those girls and give them a hug too, but I'll save that for next time. Tell them I said hello. Oh, sure. My ear in the eyes came over to me as I watched him go.
Was that Dr. Luskin?
Yeah,
I knew I'd seen him somewhere before. I thought he'd gone back to America. Occurring?
There's no way I could tell the girls what Dr. Luskin and I were just talking about. After Fubuki's exam was over, we went to her room and listened to her complain, and then the visit was over. Just like Dr. Luskin had said, she looked just fine. She told us she was ready to leave the hospital and jog all the way home. Mayuri and the others were relieved, but I felt worried. Did I need to talk to Dr. Luskin about reading Steiner after all? But how would I explain it? It might be a better idea to talk to Mao and have her explain it to him. Couldn't come up with an answer right away. Why are we playing as Suzuha now? It was a very hot day in 1998 when Suzuha said goodbye to Kagari Shina. She'd gone to get food and water from a local store, and when she come back and opened the hatch, Kagari was inside, screaming.
Come on! How does this stupid thing work?
She looked inside and saw that Kagari was slamming her tiny hands down on the control console.
What are you doing?
Kagari shrank back when she saw Suzuha.
I'm not... This is what it looks like.
Answer me.
But... I woke up and you were gone. It was dark and the lights wouldn't turn on. It's so cramped and scary in here. So I tried to open the door. And I was feeling with it. This happened.
Kagari started to cry.
I'm sorry, Big Sil, but I was really scared.
I see. Suzuha relaxed her guard. Kagari had PTSD from her time as a war orphan, and she hadn't fully recovered yet. Mary had once told her that she got very frightened in dark, cramped places. It would make sense if waking up in the dark caused a panic attack. And the time machine could only function with Suzuha's biometric authorization. Someone of Kagari's size wouldn't be able to break the console either.
You passed out from the shock of time travel, so I wanted to let you get some rest. I'm sorry.
Suzuha grabbed one of Kagari's tiny hands to help her up, then led her outside the machine.
It's so hot.
Kagari, promise me that you won't touch the switches on the control console no matter what, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to get started. You go in and rest. Have some food and water if you want. Suzuha handed Kagari the provisions she brought, then went inside and poked her head into the cargo space under the control console. She connected the IBM 5100 she'd stored there to a portable terminal she brought from the future. By all appearances, it was an early 2000s cell phone, but inside it was a miniaturized quantum computer from the year 2036. Of course, future Daru had made it himself. When she booted up the IBM 5100, rows of numbers started to appear on the screen.
What are you doing?
Kagari was looking in from the outside the machine. Did you say the year 2000 problem?
I started a little at the orphanage. In the end, nothing happened, right?
It's Y2K.
That's what everybody thinks. It wasn't made public, but at the time, a lot of places and a lot of countries had serious problems because of it. Really?
The issue was this computer, the IBM 5100. It's got an old programming language on it, and the engineers weren't able to fix the program. In fact, they didn't even know that an important program existed that was written in this language. The race to develop the time machine was the beginning of the Third World War, but there's a chance that something that happened during the year 2000 problems and the divisions that resulted from that were a deeper cause. She didn't expect a 10-year-old like Kagari to understand this, but she didn't feel like taking the time to explain. And the year 2000 is a special year, you see. All the world lines temporarily converge here. This means that it's possible the year 2000 problem has a huge effect on all the world lines. The world line in the gap that we're trying to reach, Steins Gate, is no exception. She looked down at the terminal connected to the IBM 5100. So this is the patch program to keep the year 2000 problem from ever happening. Right now, the terminal was converting the patch into the language used by the IBM 5100. The next step was to spread this program all around the world in the form of a virus, and the year 2000 problems that this era's engineers missed would completely disappear. The word connect appeared at the terminal's subscreen.
Okay.
It's connected. She's been told that in Japan in this era, ADSL was still in the test phase, and most normal users connected to the internet by low-speed dial-up using ISDN. But in major cities like Akihabara, universities and labs, and some big computer companies were starting to use a fiber optic broadband, and some of them were even using wireless LANs. Yep. Speed. How long is this ending? Suzuha cracked her way into one of these. Dad laughed when he said that with 2036 technology, cracking late 20th century network security was a joke, but he'd been right.
If you change the future, won't that change the world we were in?
Surprisingly, Kagari had gotten the gist of what Suzuha had just told her. That's right. I refuse to let that world exist any longer, so I've come here to reach Steins Gate. Oh. And this leads to, suddenly, the uneasy look on Kagari's face vanished. It was as if her soul had left its body. Suddenly her face was expressionless and her eyes were wide.
Voice. I can hear God's voice.
What do you mean? I am so close. So close to hitting that exit game button. What do you mean you can hear God's voice?
Kagari? You can't do that.
It's not right. Can't do that, Big Suzuha. You can't.
Huh? Kagari was acting strangely. Suspiciously, Suzuha reached her hand out towards her, but she slipped past Suzuha's hand, and quicker than any child should be able to move, she slammed her shoulder straight into Suzuha's body. Oh god, wait, no! Oh no, wait, did a time leap happen? Or, no, not a time leap. No, but a demon, wait, what happened? Suzuha was caught completely off guard. That's how fast it was. Kagari's shoulder hit her in the solar plexus. She bent over and clapped to the seat. Kagari tore the terminal out of Suzuha's hands. Cables connecting it to the IBM 5100 were ripped out, and errors displayed on both screens.
What are you doing?
Kagari didn't answer the question. Instead, she grabbed the backpack that Suzuha had placed on the seat and spilled its contents onto the floor. Their MREs, spare parts, clothes, and a semi-automatic pistol. Suzuha couldn't believe it. Kagari was going to try and pick it up.
Stop it!
She forced herself to ignore the pain as she jumped onto Kagari's body. Ow! But another unbelievably powerful body slam knocked her back. What the hell? Something cold was pushed right up against her brow.
Don't move.
Kari's tiny hands weren't shaking at all as they clutched a semi-automatic pistol. In the space of an instant, the safety on the gun had been flipped off. That's when Suha realized this wasn't just a temper tantrum. Suha was the one who taught her how to use the gun. That's why she knew that Kagari was perfectly calm. Are you insane? Put the gun down now. Stop doing this.
You're the one who needs to stop.
What?
You can't change the world. You're not making sense.
There was no hesitation in her eyes. Instead, Suha only saw resolve. Do you want the war to happen then?
I don't know anything about that. I just want to go back to my old world.
Then that's never going to happen. We've already used the time machine to interfere with the past. The world line's changed. There's almost no chance we can go back.
Shut up! I'm gonna save Mommy. You can't erase this world. I won't let you.
Kagari turned the gun and towards the IBM 5100.
Stop!
Before Suzuha could stop her, she yanked down on the trigger. Again and again.
Stop it, Kagari, please, stop!
And then Kagari jumped out of the time machine. And Suzuha never saw her again. On every night that passed, she remembered Kagari. Suzuha had spent some time looking for Kagari when she first comes to Sarah, but in the end, she never found anything. But Kagari Shina, who was now 22 years old, was here in Akihabara. Suzuha was sure of it. But it did no good to keep thinking about it. Suzuha decided to stop thinking and look around the room. Itaru, Dad, was playing yet another game populated entirely with female characters. His jaw was slack, and he was scratching the belly fat that stuck out from under his shirt as he played. Wasn't much to respect him right now, either as a father or as a person.
Come to think of it, how are things with Mom?
Huh?
Is everything okay? I'm still going to be born, right?
Oh, well, is that more important than the time machine?
Hey!
Suzuha stormed over to Itaru.
You can't screw this up, Dad.
Yeah, Dad's gonna do his best, okay?
All you have to do is talk. You even wasted these movie tickets we gave you, didn't you?
She meant the pair of movie tickets that Mayuri and Ferris had conspired to give them at the Christmas party. He didn't even... Itaru!
That was because Ocarina and Miss Fubuki collapsed, you know. We were so busy with hospital visits and stuff that the movie left the theater. It's my fault.
I heard that when they tried to give you new tickets, you turned them down.
Who told you that?
Big Sis Maya and Big Sis Rumi, obviously.
That's because, you know, it's not very manly to make those two do all the work, isn't it?
So, did you go and do something yourself? This isn't going to work.
Maybe this was a more important problem than the time machine. Suzuha brought her hands up to her head.
Listen, Dad, I'm not gonna be around to lecture you like this forever, okay? I'm leaving soon.
Oh. Suddenly, there was a sad look in Itaru's eyes.
Don't make that face. I promise I'd stop worrying about it.
For the past 6 months, Suzuha had been thinking about whether it was really right to erase this world. In the end, it was none other than Itaru who pushed her to go ahead. I'm sorry. She couldn't bear to see her father so depressed, so she patted his broad back.
Don't just sit there and be calm. Send Mom a message and see if she's free sometime. And if she is, invite her to a movie.
That's way too sudden.
I don't care if it's son or not. Do it anyway, okay? This is an order.
An order.
What's your answer?
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Satisfied, she headed off to take a shower.
Well, before that, I'm gonna hit the convenience store. Yeah, don't get at me like that. I'll use Celsius and cans, so please forgive me.
Vanilla.
Huh?
I want ice cream when I'm done with my shower. Vanilla ice cream.
Okay, I'll go buy a lot of really top shelf stuff.
Doesn't have to be a lot. Just one thing is fine.
Yes, sir!
That was enough to cheer Dara up. He took his wallet and ran out of the lab. He's such a handful. She had just about taken off her jacket so she could take that shower. But...
Suzuha!
Dara had come back into the lab. What is it?
I found this on the stairs.
Why is Kagari Zupa? Tara showed her a keychain he was holding. It was a round anime character whose color had faded to a smoky green. It was... an Upa.
Do you know who this is?
Excess Mayas, probably? She leaned forward to take a closer look. And then felt like she was experiencing deja vu. I've seen this Upa somewhere before. She'd seen it before. She couldn't really remember when... but her internal alarms were going off. This keychain was extremely important. Upas were common enough that you could find them anywhere. Plastic edges had worn down. Paint was faded and coming off in places. There was no dust, and there was no stains. Instead, it shone brightly, as if its owner had taken a lot of effort to taking good care of it. The chain was so old that part of it had snapped off. That's probably how it got dropped. Where was it? I've seen this before.
Did Mayushi show it to you?
I don't know. She stared at the green Upa in Itaru's hands, and then in her mind she heard a young girl scream. It's the same one. This is Mommy's Upa keychain. I'm giving it to you. Take good care of it, okay? She gasped. A feeling of indescribable terror raced down her spine. Why is this here? This can't be... Kagari's... It's Kagari's Upa. Mayuri's future Upa. That's when she'd last seen it. August 13th, 2036. The day she'd gone into the time machine. That's when she'd seen this Upa. It was older and more worn now, but the more she remembered that day, the more certain that she became. This was the Upa that Mayuri had given to Kagari. She'd seen Kagari holding it and crying to herself many times before. Why is this here?
Kagari? You mean future Miss Mayu's daughter?
Yeah.
Did you find her?
No, but she knows where I am.
What do you mean?
She's watching this lab. She's watching the lab? Satisfied, she headed off to take a shower. Ever since then, her careful efforts to defend the time machine had paid off. She hadn't seen any sign of Kagari, but she'd never thought she'd be watching the lab.
That's not good.
No. It would have been obvious if I'd given any thought. She's trying to stop us from reaching Steins Gate. She doesn't want this world to end. Which means she's not just watching me, but you too?
Huh? Me?
Well, I don't think your life is in danger. Probably. If you believe what we know about how world lines work, you live till at least 2036. But she might come here to interfere with her research so we can't reach Steins Gate. A lot of bad things have been happening around Suzuha, Itaru, and Rentaro Okabe. There was some possibility that the final target was Itaru.
From now on, just to be safe, lock the door when I'm not around.
Okay, got it.
Even if Uncle Ocarine, Mom, or Big Sis Maya are here, don't leave it open. It might not help much, but make sure you use the door chain too.
You know, Ocarina and Mayushi are one thing, but if I did that when I was low with Manashi, don't you think it'd give her the wrong idea?
That's true.
If that makes her not like me, my whole family could be in trouble.
Suzuha groaned softly, unsure of what to do.
If only you'd gotten to be your boyfriend sooner, there wouldn't be a problem.
Wait, we're back to that?
Just be careful, okay?
Suzuha decided to keep the green Upa keychain. She softly ran her fingertips over as she stared at it.
Hey, Zua, Kagari-chan's not related to Mayushi, but she's still her daughter, right?
That's right.
Could somebody raised by Mayushi grow up to be the kind of person who would insult someone? I just can't imagine it from what you told me. I expect her to be a kind, easygoing, and cute little girl.
I wish that was what had happened. Yeah, I thought that's how she would turn out too. But now she's probably...
From what she'd seen at the radio building, she could tell. Kagari had definitely received professional combat training. It wasn't just the simple self-defense techniques that she'd learned from Suzuha when she was a child. As she'd grown up, she'd been taught the cold techniques of a killer. There's no way to know where she'd been or what she'd been doing ever since she'd gone missing in 1998. There was no doubt in Suzuha's mind that she was trying to ruin her plans. Suzuha sighed as she took her shower. Since it was summer, she'd set the water temperature low. It was barely any hotter than tap water. As long as the water was pouring down on her, she could feel like all the bad memories were being washed away. She slapped her cheeks with both hands and turned off the water. The small, tiled room suddenly became quiet. In the silence, she vigorously toweled off her hair. This building was never intended for anyone to live in. Not only was it a very little room, there wasn't even a place to change. It was small and there was no windows, and the steam from the shower room built up, making it an unpleasant sauna in the summer. Supposedly, Taro and Kabe would sit naked next to the fans to get away from the heat and moisture. Of course, that was only when the girls, as well as Luka Urushibara, weren't around. But Suzuha couldn't do that. There were those huge scars on her chest. If she was careless and Yuki saw them, she'd have a big problem. So she always forced herself to change within this small space. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. The second she left the shower room, she realized something was wrong. The lights were off in the part behind the curtain, and where the lab room was. She was sure she had left all the lab lights on when she'd gone to take a shower. She didn't remember turning them off. Still completely naked, she flung open the curtain. She dropped to the floor, ready to move. She could tell by the light from the shower room that there was no one else there. She didn't hear any breathing, and she didn't feel any other presence.
Did Dad come back?
And then when he'd left, he'd turn off the lights? No, that couldn't be right. She looked around the room and saw that things had been moved in a way that an amateur wouldn't be able to notice. Itaro's computer desk, the sofa area, the bookshelves, even the mini-kitchen. Someone had gone through all of them. From the look of it, the same was probably true of the development room. Suzuha glanced over all the areas where she kept her guns. Closest was the sofa that she used as a bed. She wanted to have one easily available if she was attacked while she slept. So she had cut out the back of the sofa cushions and hidden a suppressed semi-automatic pistol in it. It was just a .32 caliber for self-defense, so it wouldn't do much damage unless you had good aim. But it was small and relatively quiet, which made it the best choice for a place like this. Suzuha tensed all of her muscles, coiling like a spring, and slowly moved towards the sofa without making a sound. As she did, she tried to notice any changes in the surrounding area. There was a small sound in the development room. It was a tiny creaking of the floor, which you usually pay no mind. But that was more than enough for Suzuha. In an instant, she moved from quiet to action. She cleared the distance to the sofa in an instant and quickly drew her gun. She held it ready and slipped into the shadow of the refrigerator. From this position, she could barely see into the development room. Who the hell? The room became silent again. This time, the intruder in the other room didn't try to hide their presence. Try anything and I'll shoot. Hands up on your head. Come out slowly. Zua threatened the intruder in a low voice, but the intruder seemed completely unconcerned as they exposed himself to Zua's glare. Who are you? You must be pretty hot wearing that in the sweater. Well, at least take off your helmet. The intruder was wearing a motorcycle suit, just like before. Even the helmet was the same. So are you the person who saw the time machine? The leather suit clung tight to their skin, revealing a voluptuous and perfectly proportioned body. It was clearly a woman. What you're looking for isn't there. It's in my pocket. Zoe points towards the entrance to the shower room. The shirt she'd taken off was lying there on the floor. The girl in the motorcycle suit turned her head. But because the face mask was down, Zua couldn't read her expression. You should have known better than to drop that. It's something Mommy gave you. Right, Kagari? The second she spoke, Kagari Shina was the first to move. She drew a gloss military knife that she must have been hiding behind her back and closed the gap between herself and Zua in an instant. Zua pointed the gun at her legs and pulled the trigger, carefully aiming away from her vitals. She heard the small pop of a suppressed .32 and saw Kagari lose her balance and fall. Or she thought she did, but it was a feint. She'd only pretend to lose her balance. In fact, she changed directions and was heading for the shower room. It seemed her first goal was to get what she'd come for. Huh? After firing only one shot, Zua realized. Even a .32 would have more recoil than this. Swapped. She fired again, but Kagari didn't flinch even for a moment. Blank. How? At some point, all the bullets in Zua's gun had been swapped with blanks. That instant's panic was all it took. Crap! Kagari reached for the shirt on the floor in front of the shower room. No way! Zua gave up on firing and flung the gun at Kagari. Ow! There was a dull thud as the hard barrel slammed into her neck. Caught off balance, she staggered before she could grab the shirt. She could hear Kagari's voice for the first time from within the helmet. Zua jumped. She kicked the off-balanced Kagari as hard as she could with her toned, muscled legs. There's no time to hold back. Kagari went flying all the way to the edge of the room. It had to have broken a few ribs. Huh? Zua jumped toward her to continue her attack. But with terrifying speed, Kagari leapt off the ground and charged at Zua. There wasn't enough time to come to a full stop. A sharp blade swept by, mere centimeters from her exposed abdomen. If she pulled back even a few tenths of a second later, the knife would have fatally sliced open her gut. You bitch! The blood rushed to Zua's head. Kagari was serious. She was planning to kill her. There was no hesitation in her movements. Zua leaped back and searched for something she could use as a weapon. But the other guns were probably no different. There was a good chance that they'd all had their ammo swapped with blanks too. It was even possible that all her self-defense knives had been taken too. Which left... There were several knives carefully stored in the kitchen. Yuki had bought them over to use in teaching the other girls how to cook. But Kagari had evidently noticed them as well, and she was moving to keep Zua from reaching them. Looks like you've had a lot of practice. It's hard to believe you're the same girl who spent all her time sobbing in the time machine. I'm surprised. Zua kept her distance from Kagari as she slowly moved along the wall. Her competitive drive burned even brighter as she tried to come up with a new way to overcome her disadvantage.
Here, Kagari. This is what you're after, right? She picked up her shirt from in front of the shower room and took the green keychain out of its pocket. What's wrong? Come and get it. Her fingers moved as if to crush it. She could see Kagari twitch. For the first time, she could detect a hint of emotion beyond the helmet. In an instant, she threw it at Kagari's stomach. The keychain flew in a slow arc, like she was tossing it to a friend. If something they loved was thrown like that, even the fiercest warrior would instinctively reach out both hands to grab it. Kagari was no exception. She carefully held her mother's memento in both her empty left hand and the right hand that still clutched a knife. Using the slow arc of the keychain as camouflage, Sua ran at her in a straight line. Yikes! Her right fist connected hard with Kagari's stomach. Then her left arm smashed Kagari's head to the side. Kagari's body fell to the ground, her right shoulder taking the brunt of the fall. Sua could hear the sound of her joint dislocating. The knife slipped from her grasp. Sua got behind her and mounted her, twisting her right arm mercilessly. Should I be skipping this? Like a moan, feel the bones cracking. I'm not gonna kill you. Kagari picked up the knife and once again tried to use it on Sua. Sua was forced to squeeze the arm and neck even harder. I feel like I should skip this. Stop it, Kagari. It's wrong. Try even harder to pull away. What kind of training should she get? Terrified Sua squeezed harder. Once they would knock her out, she would really kill Kagari. But if she stopped, Kagari would kill her. What should she do?
It hurts.
It startled her, and she relaxed both her arms. But that was just what Kagari had hoped for. The knife came very close to cutting Suzua's left arm. When she let go to dodge it, Kagari shook her off and kicked at her hips with both legs. Suzua slammed back hard into the computer desk, and for a moment she couldn't breathe. She fell to the floor, and the printer and monitor crashed mercilessly into her naked body. She forced herself to stand up, gasping hard as she did so. Kagari's breathing was heavy too. Her right arm was pointed in an impossible direction, and hanging limp. She wouldn't be able to use it for a while, probably. Her left arm was still holding the knife. You've learned some dirty tricks, haven't you? Suzua glared at Kagari's face, now that she could see what it looked like behind that helmet. The two of them fell silent as they tried to catch their breath. The tension in the air was so thick that it was difficult to move a muscle. Sweat rolled down her forehead and into her eyes, but she still didn't blink as she waited for Kagari to make her next move. It was the sound of the front door opening that broke their cellmate.
Hey, Sua, did I see your left down?
Sua felt a chill run down her spine as she heard Utaru's voice.
Huh? Why is it so dark?
No, Dad, stay back! She yelled at the exact same instant he turned on the lights. The sun brightness was enough to make Suzua flinch for an instant. Kagari was wearing a full-faced helmet, and that made all the difference. She leapt towards the tower just a moment before Suzua.
Oh!
Kagari's black knife went up to his throat. Kagari spun around behind him, using Utaru's huge body as a shield. Suzua staggered toward him, gritting her teeth. Go, Kagari. Lay one finger on Dad, and I don't care who you are, Kagari. I'll kill you. But Kagari remained silent as she headed outside the door with her hostage. And then, the next moment, she shoved him forward. Utaru lost his balance and fell towards Suzua. So fell to the ground underneath his weight. Utaru just barely managed to support himself with his arms and legs to keep from crushing her. Move! Suzua tried to shove him off, using a little more force than she may have intended. Utaru was so huge it would take him a moment to get up.
This is why I told you to lose weight.
She was getting away.
somehow managed to crawl out from under him and quickly tried to follow after Kagari.
Suzuha, where is this?
Still lying on the ground as he tossed the naked Suzuha her shirt. She grabbed it and quickly pulled it on and ran outside. But when she looked around the street, the girl in the motorcycle leathers wasn't there. There was no way to even know where she'd gone. He got away. It would be dangerous to run around trying to find her now. There was a chance Itara would be attacked while she wasn't at the lab.
Was that Kagari-tan?
Itara came outside as well. Yeah, I'm almost certain.
I see.
So that's how it's going to be with the two of us in the end. Bruises and wounds were bad enough, but the pain that ached in her heart was the worst of all. You know, I really did like her.
Yeah.
She was small, but so brave. She always did her best to protect Big Sis Mayu. And I taught her a lot. I thought her was like a little sister.
Yeah.
But now, she's completely my enemy. Itara straightened her up her shirt sleeves.
You know, you look like a Sligo on H game right now, Suzuha.
Huh? What? Sue was caught completely off guard. Her shirt only came down to just below her hips, roughly the length of a miniskirt. This one was completely bare. Her hem was turned up and she felt exposed. Stop. You're being silly again. You could have gotten badly hurt. But Itara shook his head.
I got freaked out by the knife, but I don't really think I needed to be that scared. Unless I'm mistaken.
Itara rubbed the part of his neck where the knife blade was.
When she had the knife to my throat, I could hear it. Just a little.
Hear what?
She was probably crying.
Huh? Crying? Under that helmet? After that whole bout with Suzuha? Holding a knife to Itara's neck? Why?
So, don't you think it's a little early to jump to conclusions?
Dad,
Huh?
did you buy me that vanilla ice cream?
Yeah, of course.
I'd love to eat it. I'm a little tired. And then she almost fell forward. Itara managed to catch her before she hit the ground.
Hey! Hey, Suzuha!
I'm fine. But let me rest a little. That was all she had the energy to say. She closed her eyes in her dad's arms, and her consciousness melted away. Oh great, we're back to Okabe. How long is this ending? I thought it would have ended by now. When July came, the sun shone down even harder on eastern Japan. Summer was truly here. The news had been saying for days that the heat island effect might make this the hottest summer in years. And then, on the first Sunday in July, I met with Maho in Akihabara. I was waiting at the open cafe at the UPX when Maho arrived. She was a little late. I don't know if I trust her. She's probably been brainwashed. Okabe! It's been a while. She ordered a nice coffee and took a deep breath. But, you know, we talk to each other all the time on video chat. That's right. It doesn't feel like it's been that long. Her habit of paying no attention to her clothes or looks hasn't changed at all in the last 6 months. People were going to think she was an elementary school kid who decided to go play at a friend's house. But it would upset her if I'd said that, so I never would. I had no idea you were here. If I hadn't happened to see Dr. Leston, I never would have found out. I was going to contact you once things calm down. You need to talk to each other about Karisu at some point eventually. You hear about the new encephalitis cases. Dr. Leston is, at least.
I'm his assistant, but I'm mostly in charge of Amadeus. Has there been any problems? I assume not, since I'm still getting my usual reports.
Yeah, nothing really. Lately, it's been a struggle to deal with Karisu, though.
Hey,
I heard a voice from my smartphone, which I placed on the table.
what do you mean by struggle?
I left the Amadeus app turned on. Of course, Karisu could hear everything we said.
She's
gotten a little ruder since we first met.
You're just afraid of me for no reason is all.
Maybe. It was turning into our old relationship in the Alpha World line, where we fought all the time. Starting to lose track of whether that was a good or a bad thing for me. I thought I was trying to forget about Karisu. You're pretty rude when we first met.
That was... She's rough on people when she meets them for the first time, you know? You know why? Because they refuse to treat her like she's her real age.
The two of them spoke in unison.
So, I always get upset. Once I get to know someone, they stop talking about my appearance, right? So I can speak more normally around them is all.
Guess I was right not to comment on her outfit. That was a close call.
Anyway, back to Amadeus. It's an interesting sign that Karisu is developing a bit of a sharp tongue. Side of her that never shows that she never shows me or the professor, right? That may be a sign of how much she's opened up to you. I have not.
Mao simply smiled and ignored her. I still don't trust you. You're brainwashed now. You've been changed.
We can analyze the psychological changes as code. This is a change that we never would have seen if she'd only been speaking to me and the professor. That alone means we were right to keep you on as a tester.
That's how it works.
Dr. Leskinen was very impressed by this too. I think you're giving him too much credit. In fact, whenever he talks to me, he's always complaining. He's not very manly, you know.
Bruh. Well, I knew my personality had gotten a bit negative. Especially given what I've been through. But does she really need to say that to Mao right now? An eye for an eye it is, then.
By the way, there's something I hadn't told you yet. What is it?
It's something I didn't think you or Dr. Leskinen was aware of.
Wait, what are you going to tell her? It's something Maho and the professor don't know. About me.
Does the phrase Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha mean anything to you?
Hey,
A few weeks ago, I'd actually searched for Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha on a whim. It was the handle Karisu had used on the channel when she was still alive. From what I'd seen, the comment started in summer of 2008 and abruptly stopped in the July of 2010. And then started up again in December of that same year. Even now in July 2011, they were still appearing. If it wasn't Karisu's ghost and it wasn't an imposter, then the only one who could be writing those posts was...
Rentaro Okabe, why don't we have a private chat? I'm going to kill you.
So it was you, after all. Don't you think it's a bad idea not to tell them?
It's an even worse idea to tell Maho.
Why?
Because I haven't breathed a word to her about me going on @channel.
Why hide it? It's not a crime to read or comment on @channel. Isn't that right, @channel Karisu? @Chandler Karisu?
Listen, call me that one more time and I'll start making up gossip about you on @channel.
That's practically a crime, though. I couldn't help but laugh. Conversations like this brought back so many memories. I used to be so full of myself that I'd tick off Karisu all the time.
Hey, what are you talking about? Nothing! Don't worry about it. Delete all your memories of today from your hippocampus, please.
You can hide it, but she's going to find out eventually.
You just shut up. You two have gotten a lot closer over the last 6 months. Maho, I'm sorry. Huh? Why are you apologizing? No, just, it's been so long since you and Okabe have seen each other, and I'm doing all the talking. So why don't you take some time to chat? That's not what I meant. It's all Okabe's fault for saying something weird, isn't it?
Is that true, Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha?
Nice.
Please don't say that.
Just like the real Krisu, she was strangely obsessed with hiding the fact that she was an at jailer.
I need to go cool off a little, so I'm gonna hang up. Bye.
How do you cool off? You're a friggin' AI! Krisu had been kind of rude lately, so it felt good to have a chance to get back at her. If I overdid it, she was probably going to hold a grudge, and so this was likely a good place to stop.
What's Curry go on?
If you really want to know, ask Kurisu. If I explained it, she'd probably get mad and refuse to talk to me again. So, how long are you going to be staying here?
Might be longer than last time. We barely know anything about the new encephalitis Dr. Leskin is researching. It's possible that I'll be sent back on my own, too.
If you got time, visit the lab. I'm sure Daru and Mayuri would love to see you.
Mayuri, sure, but I don't know about Hashida.
I was finally starting to understand Daru's true nature. Speaking of Daru, he should be on a date with Yuki Amane right now.
Hey, by the way, what happened to Kreese's laptop?
I destroyed it. It was the best thing I could do. I explained that to you before, didn't I?
Yeah, you're right.
She looked down. What's that expression on her face? I told her I was going to do it ahead of time, but it still must have upset her to see one of the last things she had to remember Kurisu by destroyed. Why are we here? About half the seats at Go-Go Curry were full. It was Sunday, but it was also after 2 p.m., and so the lunchtime rush was over. Suzuha was sitting at the restaurant's far edge, a baseball cap pulled down over her face. She was hiding her face with the cap and carefully watching a couple sitting by. There you are, your Major Curry! A cheerful employee put down the 2 giant silver plates, or trays more accurately, in front of them. Suzuha could see the other customers looking at them and whispering. The couple really stood out, after all. The man was a giant who looked like he ate Major Curry all the time, but the woman was slim, pretty, and looked very kind. The combination of huge man and slim woman was as unbalanced as the combination of pretty girl and Major Curry. Major Curry was big. It was huge. Suzuha knew from experience. Massive silver trays were loaded with rice and curry, and topped with 2 fried cutlets, fried shrimp and sausage, and a boiled egg, and a mountain of cabbage. There were 2 or 3 times as much curry as you'd find on a normal dish, and the toppings were just as big. Even a growing young boy would find it hard to eat them all. Suzuha was irritated.
Why are you ordering Major Curry on your first date with our dad?
The Beauty and the Beast couple that Suzuha was watching, of course, was Itaru and Yuki. Beauty and the Beast. Nice. In the morning, they'd go to see a movie in Yarakucho, and they'd come to Akihabara and gone straight to Go-Go Curry. Suzuha had followed them here the whole time. That's why she couldn't believe Itaru's choice of date spots.
I don't mind Go-Go Curry at all. In fact, I like it, but... This is your first date. There are other places you could have gone.
She clutched her spoon tight and gritted her teeth. Suzuha knew that next to nothing about Japanese youth culture in 2011, and even she knew it was a bad idea. Who knew what was going on through Yuki's mind? Or so Suzuha thought. But...
Wow, it's even more amazing than pictures.
Surprisingly, Yuki was ignoring all the people around her and innocently enjoying the huge curry. Amane Chief, can't eat it all, I'll finish it for you, okay?
Okay, thank you, but I'm actually pretty good at this.
Yeah, that's a surprise.
I actually would always come and look at the menu outside. I always wanted to try this. I'm glad you brought me here.
I'm glad to hear it. Well, to be fair, somehow, evidently, whatever Daru... I don't think I was ever worried about Daru, because it's like, evidently, Daru did the right things considering Suzuha exists. So kind of just let him do what he does. Evidently it worked. And evidently it's working. Suzuha had evidently worried over nothing, but still, she realized that Itaru was acting strangely. Ever since he'd come out of the movie theater, he was walking and talking strangely. Instead of his usual hunched posture, he was forcing himself to stand up straight. His every move seemed oddly forced, as if he were a broken robot. He even downed glass after glass of water.
Oh, I'm sorry. May I have some more water too?
Huh? Oh, sure, sure.
Thank you.
Itara poured water into Yuki's cup. Sue had a bad feeling. She was right. Itara was moving so awkwardly that he almost spilled the water on her hand.
Are you okay?
My hand just got a little wet. Anyway, let's eat before it gets cold, okay?
Yuki quickly wiped down the table with her handkerchief and grabbed her fork and spoon. There were stars in her eyes.
Okay, let's eat.
Let's see.
Yuki seemed to be really enjoying her meal, but Itara was very formal and quiet. He was taking little nibbles out of pieces of fried cutlet, like a squirrel eating a nut. The whole time, they weren't saying a word.
What are you doing, Dad? Mom's not gonna want to be around you if you're like that.
She decided to send him a message on Rhine telling him to get his act together, and she'd just taken out her phone when... Here's your major curry with extra roll! A huge plate was laid on the table in front of her. The other customers started murmuring again. Come to think of it, when she followed them into the store, she'd order her usual, major curry with extra roe, then forgotten about it. Now everybody was going to focus on her. In a small shop like this, it was suicide. Huh? Just as he expected, her eyes met Yuki's. Suzuha, you were the one who thought Dar was gonna mess up. You screwed up!
I didn't realize you were here. Oh, yeah, coincidence seeing you here, Yuki, brother. You should have said something. No, I didn't even notice you, really.
She realized that she should probably leave, but she couldn't go without at least taking a bite of the major curry in front of her. Daru is like, what are you doing? Her experiences in the war had left her completely unable to waste food. She felt Yuki and Itara staring as she reluctantly picked up her spoon.
Anyway, yeah, you two enjoy yourselves.
Her only choice was to finish her extra-large curry as soon as possible. She couldn't let herself be in the way. Instead, Yuki came over and picked up Suzuha's plate.
Huh? Excuse me, can my friend sit with us?
Sure, go ahead!
He said it's okay. Let's all eat together. Wait, why? Why? Because you ordered major curry too. I think we need to have a race. Huh? Hashia can be the judge.
Damn! And before Suzuha could respond, Yuki had moved her plate over to their table.
No, wait!
She had no choice but to follow, but before she sat down, she whispered in Yuki's ear.
You're on a date, right? Huh? Oh yeah, I'm on a date. Makes me blush when you say it out loud.
Huh? Itara didn't react at all, even though she was sure he'd overheard that.
I've never been on a date before, so I don't know how they work, but... Is it normal to have a curry speeding contest with another girl in the middle of a date? I don't really know. But you see a lot of anime and manga, don't you?
You know what? I was expecting to get to the end of this ending. Or, well, yeah. Technically that was right, what I said, I think. But it's seemingly going on a hell of a lot longer than I would have anticipated. In fact, I don't know how long this ending is. But evidently, I would continue on more. But there is something I gotta do later, so I want to make sure I have time to prepare for that. So we're gonna go ahead and end here for today. Okay, and we'll try and finish up this ending and just continue on with getting the other endings next time. So, thank you all so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and hope to see you all later. Peace. If I could actually exit the game, that'd be pretty nice. Hi!